So now I would like to give the floor to Rima Bashkiene, the member of the parliament. So we will listen to her opening remarks from Rima Bashkiene and others. So now, MP, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's very good to see this interest in this conference, and I think this issue and this subject is really of interest for the whole of Lithuania and for our partners from abroad, the social dialogue. The situation we have now in Lithuania encourages us to come back and back again to this subject. Of course, this is not the first conference about the regions and the regional policies and situation in our municipalities. But, well, let's recall the year 2005. We established the tripartite council in Lithuania. And, of course, we could discuss the efficiency of the tripartite council. And maybe we will see it in the action plans of the new government and maybe our colleague. And it's very good that we have the deputy chairperson of Seimas, a well-experienced trade union activist, Algiras Sysas, sitting here with us. So it's very good that he is here, and maybe he will share what we can expect from the new ruling majority of Lithuania. And in the year 2002, it was quite long ago, Lithuania adopted the labor code with mechanisms of the tripartite council stipulated, and the collective labor relations, collective agreements and other provisions. So do you think this is good? Do you need to amend the labor codes? Do we need to introduce some new provisions? Maybe today we'll have an answer to this question. Of course, we should also recall the Charter of the European Union, existing for more than 50 years, ratified by Lithuania in 2001, with provisions on interests and protection of employees and also employers, with preconditions for the development of social dialogue. I would like to mention the program to strengthen the social dialogue in Lithuania that has been existing in our country for quite a long time, and the main goal of this program was to encourage the social dialogue of trade unions and employers, to promote the tripartite councils in municipalities. And the idea of this program was, though of course I don't know if we have succeeded, but the idea was to promote the activeness, the activism and the entrepreneurship of people. So again, it's another question whether it was effective. However, the goal was very noble, to involve as many citizens as possible into the decision-making process at all levels. Unfortunately, Lithuania doesn't have a high membership of trade unions. Just 15 or 20% of working people are the members of the trade unions, while in the European Union the membership is about 58%. So I think that trade unions in Lithuania should be more active and capable of cooperation. Of course, collective agreements and their significance is another topic. Having been working actively in trade unions and agricultural unions, I understand and I would like to stress the importance of collective agreements and the situation of today, that sometimes the social dialogue is just imitated. Well, maybe this is a too bold expression. However, we realize that the government and municipalities, they don't consult trade unions when they make decisions. They don't listen to people's opinions, and often they only adopt the top-down decisions. And this is how the decisions become unacceptable for people. It promotes the social exclusion and the disappointment of people with their state. So I believe that this conference will promote a more sensitive touch on problems of regions and looking for solutions on how to listen to people's decision and how to defend through active, I'd like to stress active stance of trade unions. We are looking forward to experience from foreign states. It's good that we have partners from Norway. Thanks for coming here and thank you for being ready to share your experience. And I'm happy to see people from municipalities and very strong experts. In some municipalities we have good examples of tripartite councils actually working, and this experience should be spread throughout the country, so that we all learn to take into consideration the opinion of people of Lithuania. So I wish all the best to this conference and fruitful decisions, and I hope it will not be just an empty conversation, but a really fruitful project. Thank you and good luck.
Now I would like to welcome our Vice Chairman of the Lithuanian Parliament, Algirdas Sysas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My brothers and sisters, mayors, guests, thank you very much for welcoming me here, and I'm very pleased to be addressing you. I will join your conference. I will come to listen to Mr. Lazutka. Unfortunately, I have to leave you after my short welcome, as I have to do my work. But I'm very pleased to be a passerby in this conference, as I believe in social dialogue. I believe that it is very important. Now, as I work in the Seimas, I talk about it quite often, and we talk about tripartite agreements. We talk about tripartite councils, for example, in terms of reforming our social security fund. So throughout this process, I've been an active member in it. After 23 years of independence, I still have some worries. I would like to share my worries with you. There is still separatism in our trade unions, and I believe that it is a very wrong trend, as this separatism is increasing. In Europe as a whole, trade unions are merging, whereas in Lithuania the situation is vice versa. We have more and more trade unions representing the same people. I believe that this is quite wrong, as it doesn't matter whether we are talking about a public sector or a private sector. When we talk about it, we need to have a strong person to have a dialogue with. If you have a lot of different trade unions and you can manipulate them, we should unite ourselves. We should get over our some ambitions and to unite at least in terms of what we do. It's not normal to have 7 trade unions of people working in the education sector, 5 trade unions working in the health sector. So it just they just have a lot of talks, empty talks, but nothing happens, because we have had too long a period of empty talks. Looking at Europe, we see that we are not as strong because we don't have collective agreements. We don't have collective agreements in a separate sector. So I will really be pushing to have collective agreements, sectorial collective agreements, and that would be a great example for the public sector as well. When the Social Democrats were in power previously, we started social dialogue. That was continued throughout the times of Conservative Party. A lot of money has been spent, but what we see, same people are going to training, same people are talking about it, but there are no collective agreements yet. We should look at this process. Maybe we are doing something wrong. Therefore, I would like to thank my colleagues here who come from Scandinavia. They have a wonderful experience of social dialogue and of negotiation. They really show results as they have sectoral collective agreements. And that is something that we can learn from them. I urge all of you to unite. We should go from training to action. It is time to negotiate. It is time to sign collective agreements. I can say that I am a person who is doing work here in the parliament. We have 3 trade unions in the parliament as well. I invited all members of the 3 trade unions and other representatives of the parliament, and they now are sitting together, and I hope that by May we will have a collective agreement, and we will be able to show that in Seimas, where a lot of people are working, we can and should have a collective agreement. So I would like to welcome all of you to this conference and to have a fruitful discussion, have learn, and learn, as one politician has said. In Europe, we believe that we believe in lifelong learning. So I wish you all best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Algis. Now I'll give the floor to the main facilitator of the event, the chairperson of the organization, which we can mention as a strong and growing trade union, Vladimiras Banel, the chair of the National Association of Officers Trade Union of Lithuania. Well, I don't think we are so worth of compliments, so I think we should actually thank him for organizing this meeting. His and Irina's contributions are very strong. We have already also met once our colleagues from Norway during our primary event. So it's very good that officers have a chance to contribute to this event and to the reanimation of the social dialogue. This is how we called this event. So the practice is that we have 2 projects now, one from the European Union and another one together with the Norwegians. So on my way here, we also have the training with the EU, but I wanted to participate here, and this is why I'm here. And on my way I thought how good it is that we are given money. It's good that we get money is spent and we train each other, but no results. But in general it's good that at least the attitude is changing, maybe not as soon as we would like to and as fast as we would like to, and the collective agreements achieved everywhere. However, the attitude is becoming healthier, so to say. So we are proceeding forward rather than backward. At least there are some indications. Actually, Lithuania has a unique chance and opportunities to learn from the best ones, because Norwegians and Nordic countries in general have ages of their experience in this sphere, so we also have a chance to avoid many mistakes and to take all the best practices, all the best experiences and all the best examples, and to maximize their effect here in Lithuania. And this is how we can avoid lots of mistakes. It's good to see people from academia here, and the distinguished professor Romas Lazutka, and also it's good to see politicians here. It indicates again that this sphere is very sensitive but also very relevant, and we have a lot of things to do yet in this sphere. Also, it's very important that we are holding this event not only in the Seimas, but at the Constitutional Hall. So I strongly hope that the presentations of today and all other information will live up to the spirit of our nation and the Constitution, inspiring the politicians to make some stronger decisions. So, because their contribution is really very important. So, again, I would like to appreciate our assistance from Norway and all the participants. And this is just the beginning. So I strongly wish you to have good, strong, healthy and fruitful discussion, and good luck throughout the project. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimiras, and now I would like to give the floor to our representative from Norway, one of the strongest participant of the trade union, our partner from Norway, Anne Grimsrud. And this is something we're also going to briefly discuss, though this is not the project presentation, but just a very small explanation why it's all happening. So now we are giving the floor to Anna.
Oh yeah. There is something different with every system, you know, we never know how to turn them on. Well, thank you very much, Thomas and the organizers, for inviting us to Lithuania, and it's a special pleasure to be here in your parliament, and we feel very honored to be part of this session here. And I have to say that it's because of the Norwegian grant and Innovation Norway that has brought us together here, and Thomas and I and our organizations have found the partnership that we can work together. We speak the same language in very many ways, and I have very big expectations on what we can actually achieve together. We're going to tell you a little bit about why we entered into this partnership and working on these issues. But I also would like to give you a very short presentation of what is it really that Norway has achieved that we would like to share with you. So I will kind of start, and then Thomas will fill me in from his side. But this program actually started in last year, and the project was approved right before Christmas. So we are just in the very early phase of our cooperation, which is going to continue for 2 years to start with. As we all know, European countries are in big trouble. And we see what started out as a financial crisis turned into an economic crisis. And it doesn't stop there. It goes on to reflect into what if we still believe in democracy, our social has got social and also cultural implications. And very many European countries today are asking themselves, who are we? How are we going to get ourselves out of this complicated mess that seems to be so difficult to get out of? And we think that we have something to offer in the way we try to develop our society. As you know, Norway is not a member of the EU, and we have had 2 referendums in Norway, both in 1972 and in 1994. And both times the population said, no, we don't want to be part of this union. And that was despite, actually, I have to say, it was despite the fact that all the elites of the society decided that this was the right thing to do. I mean, the financial elites, the big party leaders, the mass media, and everyone was saying, we have to do it, we have to do it, we have no choice. But people said, no, we do have alternatives. We have other ways of developing ourselves and our country. But it doesn't mean that we are indifferent to what's going on in Europe, and that is why Norway is providing a lot of financial economic support for European development, first in Southern Europe and then after 2004 before when you joined, wasn't it? We have also provided a lot of money for the economic development in this part of the world. And it is actually the first time that the partners in the labor market has got support to work together. And that's how this program of social dialogue came up. And it's the first time that it's very much an experiment, would have to say. If we can get an added value out of working together, there may be a step forward to do more programs like this. But to start with, there is 1% set aside for this program. And as has been said already several times, I mean, there is something referred to as the Nordic model, or we would probably also say the Norwegian model, because we see from our position that the countries are kind of moving in different directions, but we still believe in the way we do business in our country. Thomas, you continue.
Now I would like to briefly introduce the project, as it will show that we are cooperating together, and why we are organizing this project, and why we are organizing this conference. I will be very brief, just to say what is it that we are doing, what problems are we seeing, and how can we solve them. Of course, they are quite complex, and we will not resolve all of them, but we are working with them. Here you see 4 main areas that we are working on, and 4 main reasons why our social dialogue has been failing so far. And hopefully this project will be able to address some of these problems. Well, first of all, we don't have trade unions, or almost don't have trade unions, and there is no pressure from trade unions. Well, there might be some pressure, but not enough. We don't have enough members. We don't have a say. The statistics show that trade unions are in a horrible place in Lithuania. 20–30% of members are leaving trade unions, and that has a lot to do with the fact that wages are frozen in, they are not paid to the workers. I hope that our Norwegian partners will address more on these problems. We will also hear from the trade unions from the cities of Zarasay, and they will tell more about these issues. You probably have heard what has been happening in Zarasay, especially what happened last year. The example of social dialogue here is very important. The second issue that we want to tackle is the fact that we are living in the period as the public sector is being dissolved. We only talk about competitiveness, about some mysterious development of Lithuania, but we know that the structural reforms, the so-called structural reforms, are not really working, and the data shows that the situation is worsening. That is something that we need to address, and we need to be bold in addressing it. We are very happy that we have representatives of the employers, and I hope that they will be expressing their opinion on this issue. Whether this is objectively happening or it has been happening one-sidedly. I hope that Arne Lie, a person from Norway, will be able to address this issue. He has had experience with Lithuanian politics as well. He's a politologist, and this will be his. He will be the first to make a presentation in this conference. Another issue that we are addressing with our project is centralization. Regions are not represented, or their representation is fading, and that is one of the biggest problems, I believe, that we are experiencing in Lithuania. Regional dimension keeps being lost. Let me give you an example. This is a very real example. I've been looking through the laws that are to be amended in our parliament, and I've noticed one thing. There is a law being amended on advertisement. We will be amending how to will be amending certain issues in the laws, and what comes, it will, we're talking about advertisement that comes straight from our Ministry of the Economy, and everybody says that it will be great for businesses. Businesses will not need to deal with the local authorities, so there will be less bureaucracy, but that also means that municipalities will not be able to change the advertisement policies in their regions. So, for example, they will not be able to ban some advertisement, for example, of our biggest retail chain, Maxima. The local authorities will not be able to do that. Maybe one day they will decide that we need more smaller shops. We don't need those big retailers. That's a different topic. But the fact is that the local authorities will not be able to make decisions in terms of advertisement. And also we have to talk about funding. That funding is diminishing for the region. The mayor of Ignalina, Bronius Ropė, will be addressing it in his presentation. But we also need to talk about the fact that local businesses and their interests are usually seen on equal footing with the corporation interests, which is basically not true. We'll be also addressing this issue in the conference. Are all businesses the same? Do they all have the same interests? Are those smaller companies who are just working on the local market, do they have the same interests as the big corporates, which usually come up with the backing of foreign investors? And that is something that we will be addressing. My proposal is the following. We have to be talking about dialogue, about various groups. How can we improve the situation? How can we do that? By discussing, by talking, by having a social dialogue between regions, between local authorities. Maybe we could improve the situation. If not, if we fail to have this dialogue, this is what will happen. Just one slide. We have 200,000 people who cannot survive on the money that they are receiving. They are in effect starving. On the other hand, we have great numbers for infrastructure of internet. Everybody has a mobile phone. Even the poorest people have mobile phones. But what are we doing with those mobile phones? Of course, we can show in our statistical data that everybody has a a telephone. But what are people doing? They are looking at companies that offer fast money, that offer to lend fast money. They have interest rates that are skyrocketing, and simply these people are taking these loans in order to buy food. So this is a paradox. We have a lot of mobile phones, but what we are using them for is to look for a loan to buy money for food. So that is the situation.
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe I could take you one small step back to the program that Innovation Norway is supporting, and just tell you that we are, I'm representing the Norwegian Union of Municipal and General Employees in Norway. It's one of the, or it is actually the biggest trade union in Norway. We have about 330,000 members, and we are represented in public sector, of course, but also in hospitals and in a lot of private areas. And we have about 100 different occupations as part of our members. In this program, we are also cooperating very closely with the Association for Municipal and Regional Authorities in Norway, which represent the employers. And in this program, we are working in 6 other countries in addition to Lithuania. So this partnership is something that we want to share these ideas with people who are interested in several countries. Part of the main focus here is definitely to present what we achieve through cooperation and how we develop trust and get a lot more out of the fact that we do have trust as a common denominator in our society. I think I need to, when I decided how do I try to present the Norwegian experience, I think there are some myths that needs to be addressed. Because I think when we talk to our fellow citizens in Europe today, or in the rest of the world for that matter, a lot of people are saying, so you in Norway, you are so rich, you can afford all this welfare and you can afford having this social dialogue and stuff like that. But that is really very wrong. It is actually the other way around. Norway, when we became independent in 1905, we were amongst the poorest countries in Europe. And we had to start with what we had. We had our natural resources, we had our land, we had our people. And we had to find out how do we go about trying to fend for ourselves, being independent, and try to build from that. And the social dialogue was an important part of building our welfare system. And today we can say that, yes, we are wealthy today because we have had a way to produce and share and do this as a joint society. And sometimes I think that is important as a startup. This is not an impossible mission, to put it that way. If we have a quick history of our social dialogue in Norway, going back to the 1930s, there were a lot of conflicts, lockouts, strikes, and even also violent situations in the labor market. Some of our forefathers, they were mostly fathers, I mean, I don't think there were any women there at the time, but they decided we had to find smarter ways to handle these issues. And that's when the National Union of Employees and the National Association of the Employers, they sat down at the same table and said, how can we try to avoid all these destroying conflicts and move forward together? And also the government joined eventually, and this is what we call the tripartite model. and the role of the government has been more or less active, but that's the kind of the third leg of the system. A key element of this collaboration has been to agree on wages and set wages, focusing on full employment, production, and also sharing of profits. That's what we're really doing when we sit down and find out how much can the businesses afford to pay their employees. And what we have learned is that this social dialogue has actually produced important results. Very often when we hear or see UN statistics, Norway comes out as one of the best countries to live in. We have a lot of positive social indicators, but we also have very positive economic indicators, meaning high productivity, high competitiveness, and from this also comes the stability of society. And recently we have had a lot of new attention. I mean, this is an old model, but then now everyone suddenly are turning to Norway and say, so what is it that's going on in your country? Why is it that you seem to be doing well, whether it's up and down everywhere else? And we are, of course, are proud to try to share some of what we think are important. And that's why we are here. And one of the key things that I think we would like to share with you is that we do believe in this social capital that we build by working together, bringing people in, sharing responsibility, and stabilizing society. And I think that social capital is far undermined in our market-focused lives today. I mean, finance, money has been overruling everything else, and that's where we really would like to try to hit a better balance. I'll say a little more about that later, and those of you who would like to participate in our training workshop tomorrow will hear a lot more about it, but I think these are some of the key elements that we would like to focus on. This is one illustration that we are using, and sometimes we are struggling over this or have disagreements, but most of the time we have to figure out how can we actually build our society together. We can't continue like that and pull in different direction. It won't work. This model of a collaboration, just a little bit more about it, because I think it's important to be clear about the fact that we do have this sharing of profits as one of the key elements with the salary stuff, as I mentioned. We also have a system that we call, when we negotiate on salaries, we have what we call these front runners who negotiate first to set the standard of where they're more exposed to competitions. Branches most exposed to competitions start out, but then also the public sector follow after that. So it's kind of a system that has been working so far, at least. We also have a set of rules and regulations around our labor market, and I think that's important to keep in mind. We have institutions for negotiations, for conflict regulations and resolutions, and we also have a labor court. The participation of unions and the employees out in the workplace at local and district level is kind of thoroughly taken care of at every level, and that's also something to keep in mind. I mean, I don't want to go into detail, but it's a fairly regulated system. Being here in Lithuania, I think it's also important to mention that we have what we call a mixed economy. We have a regulating state in Norway, which is setting the the rules and regulations and the framework of our society and our economic life, but we also have a free market that is allowed to function within these limits. And we think that whenever the free market is going too far in one direction, we have to pull it back in and make sure that everyone is everybody's interests are looking into and taken care of within our system. We do have a very high employment rate, and particularly among women when we compare to other European countries. And of course, the fact that we have developed our social services has been a prerequisite to bring women also into the labor force. And it's not the other way around. I mean, women had to be relieved from a lot of their responsibilities at home to be able to work in the labor market. We also have something that is considered quite interesting. We have a heavily subsidized education system, which I think you also actually have here in Lithuania, by the way. But what happens is that we have an oversupply of qualified labor, which brings down the real wages. And also for the skilled labor, there is a shortage of skilled labor from the bottom, which means that skilled labor, or what you call blue labor, is in demand, and we have wage system which is more compressed than probably in many other countries, which of course results in the fact that we do have small differences between the higher paid and the lower paid in Norway, and we are quite proud of that. And of course we use also the tax system to make sure that we don't allow people to run too far ahead of the rest, to put it that way. This high employment and high taxation base is also a way to generate more income to society and to support our social services. So it's kind of an economic circle that feeds into it's a self-sustained system in many ways. And of course we have a universal health system to support us. Tripartite dialogue, very quickly about that. I think what we have experienced is that this way of doing business can be used. It's useful in very many ways, whether we talk about improving productivity, services, quality of services, or even innovation. To bring people on board who have a common interest in moving the same direction is very much the way we think about empowering people all together. We do need the skills of everyone to make sure that we get the best out of our people. And also, of course, bringing this element of politicians on board is something that we have been paying a lot of attention to lately, because we do want to vitalize democracy, particularly out in the municipalities, and make sure that the politicians can be real ombudsmen for their citizens. And first of all, this way of working together does build social capital. It does build trust and mutual responsibility. When our union members have agreed to something, they deliver. And they say, okay, we have a handshake is good enough to say that, yes, we will provide what we have agreed to deliver. And if you keep your word, I'll keep mine. And that is how this system is kind of strengthened. And of course, this accountability is another issue that should not be forgotten, because it does mean that we do keep each other informed. It improves transparency in society, and it also reduces corruption and problems with people having a kind of a hidden agenda. We try to avoid that. I don't want to elaborate further on it, but as some of my other colleagues here said earlier, we are here to share some of our experiences with you. And we think it's incredibly important now in a situation of difficulties for Europe to see how we can rebuild and mend the problems that we have created, and see how we as a great cultural continent can have a say in the future too on how this world is going to be governed. We have a lot of values and issues that we care about, and we would like to bring this to, in many ways, speak the same language. I think for Norway, we do have a lot of your countrymen amongst our employees in Norway, and they are doing a great job, most of them, even if some of them are in prison too. But we would like to see that we can develop together as neighbors around the Baltic and see what we can do to help each other in a difficult situation. I have great expectations and hopes for this program, and I'm looking very much forward to collaborating and work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And my suggestion is that we have the 2 Norwegian presentations and then questions to both of the speakers, so that we save a little bit time in discussions. Is that okay? Dabar aš norėčiau pakviesti.
So now I would like to invite to start talking about the public sector, about dismantling it or not, the situation in Lithuania, in Norway, in the world. We have Sven Arne Lie and Romas Lazutka, a very well-known economist, and we will be discussing all that. However, after Sven's presentation, I would like to encourage to have a question-answer session to both Norwegian guests. I apologize for these time restraints, but that's the way it is. Please, Sven. Good morning, I don't speak Lithuanian.
Continue in English. Yeah. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting us Norwegians to Lithuania and to this project. First of all, I would like to pick up on what Boşkiene just talked about in her short presentation, and that was the importance that social dialogue not become a shell or a slogan without any content. So we end up with empty conversations. That's a really important point. And I'm also sure that we have experiences from Norway where we can, where some of these issues can be learned, but also be aware of the fact that the situation in Lithuania is the situation in Lithuania. So of course we have tools, we have perspectives where we can help, but also the situation in Lithuania is unique because you can't compare all over the line. When working with all kinds of political and strategic issues, we need to address 3 questions that we need to answer. The first question is, where are we? What's the situation? What's the status? Is the development going up or down? What is the situation? The second question we need to address is, what is our aim? Where do we want to go? And the third question is, what do we do? And the challenge is, of course, to answer the question on where we are. And then my question is, who do we ask? for giving updates on the situation. For instance, the situation in Klaipėda. Who knows about the situation in Klaipėda? Is it experts in Vilnius or in Brussels? Or is it the people living in Klaipėda? Who knows best of your situation, and who represents you? And working with this topic and working with politics is also, as Anne talked about, a question of what do you have? What is the starting point? And in Norway we always meet the arguments that because of oil we have welfare. And we can use the argument of because of oil almost to explain everything. But this is not the true at all. Someone would also say despite of oil we have welfare. But also the development in Lithuania and also the politics in Lithuania and the future of Lithuania is quite it's quite simple when it comes to what you have and the starting point, because Lithuania is nothing more than people and land. That's what you got. So you start out with the people you have and the resources you have, and that's actually what you got. And of course, politics matters. That's why politics is so important, because what you get out of your people and what you get out of your land is a result of politics. And politics is far too important to be handled alone by Saima's politicians or by parties. Politics is something that influences all of us, and is not something just parties or politicians are doing. And politics is the tool for realizing values in your people and in your land. So my question then is, how do you realize the values of your people when you educate them in Lithuania as doctors and send them to Norway to work as doctors? Or when you establish Danish pig farms in your land? How do you really manage your people and your land by this politics? So my point is just that politics matters for whether you are realizing the values in your people and the values of your resources. I'm going to talk a little bit about public sector and the difference between business governance, business or governance, because in the political debate in Norway and almost in most countries, there's been a development, especially the last 30 years, where there has been less separation of the two different sectors, business and governance. And it is portrayed that, at least in the debate, that it's the same. It's the same whether it's a huge company running a school or whether it's governed by the municipal board. It's the same. But the fact, when you compare these two, you leave out very important mechanisms. For instance, if you look at the corporate board and a municipal board, they are in their very existence very different. and they think differently. A municipal board is elected by the people, and their task is, quite easily said, to prioritize the community's tax money according to common needs and political goals. It's a very difficult task, and it's ideally done in democratic, open decision-making processes. So you have transparency, democracy, and control to use the community's money and to address the money according to common needs and common political goals. A corporate board, on the other hand, is handpicked by owners. They are not elected by anyone. They do not represent a broader part of the population. They are handpicked by owners. Their main task is to obtain profit on investments. That's their task. If they don't do that, they are not doing their job. Owners invest money with the purpose of getting more money. And the corporate board has the responsibility of obtaining that. And the way of governance is selection according to profitability and focus upon prices and income. And my point is that all the thinking and all the focus that is in a municipal board, for instance, when it comes to running a school, is totally different than the focus in a corporate board when it comes to running a school. So it's not the same, it's totally different. But although there is a genuine difference between doing this in a municipal board, where the aim is to fulfill needs and prioritize money according to political goals, and in a corporate board where the main focus is actually to obtain profits, in the political debate everything is mixed. There is an argument all over the place that you can swap municipal board for corporate boards. And there are many differences, and one element that is quite important between business governments and public government is the cash flow. Like, money is flowing differently in business sector than in public government. For instance, in business sector, you start out with an investment or an expense. You start out with using money. And the entire idea by using this money is to develop a product. And this product needs to be sold. And this, this sale is generating income. And this income has to be generate a profit. The aim of using money in the first place as an investment is to generate profit. In public government, on the other hand, we start out with the income. We already have the money. We have the tax income. Then we have to prioritize this money according to common needs and political goals. And this is really a complicated process, because my need for kindergarten and my grandmother's need for elderly care, how should we prioritize between those different needs? It's very complicated. But the idea is to do this in democratic decision-making process. But the point is that in public government we already have the money. We have to distribute this money according to common needs and political goals. Then we have the cost, like we have to pay for this. And then we have the product and the service. But the point by using this money is not to obtain profit, as in business sector, but to create a welfare effect. It's a totally different system. It's a totally different system of cash flow. So while in business sector the investment is measured by its ability to obtain profit, tax income has to be measured by its ability to create welfare effects. And it's a totally different system. And this really generates the basic question, and that's who decides what? In what situation do we want maxima people to decide, and what situation do we want democratic elected people representing us to decide? And this, the answer to this relates to what's the purpose of the services that we are deciding over. Because different purpose creates different systems, and also decides whether we should have this in public governance or whether it's business sector. First of all, there is a fundamental difference in the intention of public governance and business. The intention of governance is to meet basic needs in the population, the basic needs for kindergarten, basic need for road construction, basic need for elderly care, and to obtain political goals. While the intention of business sector is to create profit. Maxima does not have a political goal of their business. They are doing this because it generates profit. And because the intention is so different, we also have very different decision-making processes. When it comes to basic needs and political goals, you need a high level of participation. You need many people to decide. Because basic needs are very individual. And it's very difficult to let other people decide how to prioritize basic needs. In business sector, the decisions on how to generate profit is a matter of expertise, of loyalty, and the way of making decisions are within corporations. It's a totally different system. And then you come also to the financial source. Because in public governance, the financial source, they are paid by taxation. It's paid by the money of the people who have these basic needs in common. For instance, I live in Oslo, in Norway, but through taxes, I'm paying for transport services in Bergen, another capital, or another city in Norway. I'm paying for services in Norway that I don't use. And there is a lot of people in Norway paying for services that I use. For instance, I use kindergarten for my daughter. And there's a lot of people in Norway without kids who are paying for this service. So we are paying together for services and basic needs that are common. And the way we pay for this is through taxation. In business sector, the financial source is sale. you sell a project. So it's a totally different system. And the driving force in the two different systems are also quite distinct. In public governance, cooperation and a social dialogue is necessary to both to represent and to view the basic needs and to obtain political goal and to participate through democratic channels. While in business sector, the driving force is competition. Again, it's a totally different system. And if you look at the population in governance system, we are citizens, while in business sector we are customers. And the point is that these citizens, they are the ones with the basic needs. So it's important to, in a debate, in a public debate where it sounds like there is no difference between business and governance, to also elaborate on the differences. This is a picture from the Norwegian railway system, because in Norway we also have this thought, quite strong, that public sector should copy private sector and imitate business. This will improve the public sector, they say. This is a picture from the Norwegian railway system, and this is how they're organized. Like, you have a myriad of companies inside the railway system who are competing against each other. And each of these companies, before 1990, they were one company. They weren't a company, they were part of the public sector, so they weren't a company. But this situation, or this politics, has opened for many more companies. So these companies are competing, which ends up in a situation where none of these companies have the intention of driving train. They are trying to make money on each other, all of them. And we end up with a situation where it's lack of coordination, it's lack of governance, and it's a system that is not very well functioning. I'm going to elaborate on a very fresh example in Norway, and that is kindergarten, because we had a huge reform in kindergarten in 2005, I guess, where the government in Norway decided to use much more money on kindergartens. And in Norway, this is a public sector issue. So what happened was that the government in Norway decided to use much more money on kindergartens. But what they did in the same way was that they didn't separate between business or private sector thinking and how to the traditional thinking in public sector. So they got a mix, and we ended up with a sector in Norway on kindergartens now that is getting more and more dominated by commercial kindergarten companies. And we end up also in a situation where we don't have control over our tax money anymore. And I'll show you an example. And this is quite normal example. This is a kindergarten in a small village in Norway, in a small town. This is a kindergarten in a company. It's arranged as a private company, and they both get public funding for construction of kindergarten, and they get public funding to operate the kindergarten. So they get my tax money to operate kindergarten services. But if you look on how this kindergarten is organized, you'll find out that this kindergarten is in corporate in a corporate map, it's owned by another corporation. And when we looked at closer to this kindergarten, we also found out that they didn't have any employers. There were no people working in the kindergarten. And the reason for that is that they buy all their employers from another company. And this company is owned by the wife of the guy who owns the kindergarten. And he also have another kindergarten that does the same. So there are 3 kindergartens buying employers from another company, and they have put all their real estate in a third company. This is very logic to do in private sector, because it's a way of moving income and outcome and to move capital. But to fulfill the task of kindergarten services, the need for kindergarten services in Norway, which is paid for by my tax money, it's paid for by tax. It creates a very strange situation, because this in 2008, these 3 kindergartens, they got 15 million kroner in public funding, about 7 million litas. And by moving this money around in this corporate system, they ended up with a profit of 3.5 million. So we as a community in Norway, we collected tax. Everyone paid tax. We prioritized the money in democratic organizations to meet the needs of the public. And we handed out this money with the aim to meet the need for kindergarten services. And we ended up in a situation where 3.5 million of this 15 million were not used on kindergartens. So these people have generated a really profitable business by mixing into public governments. And this happens because our politicians is not aware of the difference between public governance and the intention of that and private sector business thinking. And this sums up my my presentation. Why do we need the public sector? Why do we have public sector? And this question is really rarely answered, because in many debates, public sector is viewed upon as a burden, as an expense, something we use money on. But the point is that public sector exists because market mechanisms and private sector business thinking are not suitable instruments for obtaining political goals and to meet basic needs of the population. Private sector is about business thinking and is about thinking how to generate profit on investments. And that's okay. But then we have to be aware of what sectors that we use these mechanisms on, and what sectors we use other mechanisms on. There are many basic needs that doesn't create profits. And the question is then, should we then not meet these basic needs? I think I'll stop there, and I'll hope to discuss the matter later. Okay?
Okay. Ačiū, Svenai.
Thanks, Sven.
Aš labai atsiprašau, mes turim
I strongly apologize because we are 15 minutes behind the schedule and we are we should have coffee now, so we should really avoid such delays. So maybe we should start the discussions at the coffee, and then we'll have more discussions later on. So is it okay to go for coffee now? Of course, I think we could jump into discussions right now, but maybe we should attack Sven with a cup of coffee, and let's come back 11:30 sharp for a new presentation of the Professor Romas Lazutka. So please don't be late. Okay, dear Professor Romas, the floor is yours, and then we'll have the long-awaited discussion. Good morning. Thank you for this invitation and for advertising me. Actually, I visit trade union events quite often, so maybe some things will not be very new for you. But what I always try to demonstrate is that trade unions have lots of things to do in Lithuania, and they have arguments on how to improve the situation or demand the situation improvements for working people and for fired people, and also a need for public services. So there are many things to improve in Lithuania. So I tend to speak a lot about inequality and unemployment and the redistribution. And one more very recent news that we should remember, the pension system reform. So this will be a kind of Norwegian kindergarten, just very similar to what we have been presented short time ago. It will remind us. So inequality, we mention it a lot. We compare the income of households, and there are many indicators how to measure the inequality, but one of the most popular one is the so-called 20% indicator. The 20% richest and 20% poorest, so the proportion of their average income. Unfortunately, this screen is very small, and I would like to demonstrate all the EU member states and sometimes also Norway, of course. So this proportion in Lithuania is quite high. So here you can see this very long blue line. It was 7.3 in 2010, and in 2011 the situation actually improved, but still Lithuania is high amongst the EU member states. It's quite difficult to explain this improvement. The Department of Statistics actually has changed the methods of measurement, though not many things changed during the last years in real life. On the other hand, in absolute numbers, if we see this income for this 1/5 of the population, here I've tried to demonstrate that unfortunately again it's too far away. These differences are very high between the income of the poorest 1/5 and the richest 1/5. 600 liters to 5 or 6,000 liters. So during the crisis, we saw the income of the richest falling down a little bit quicker than for the poorest, so the inequality has slightly decreased. However, still it is one of the highest in Europe. It's a huge problem that it's challenging for us to identify the economic inequality in our country, because it's very difficult to collect the data. So people who are homeless or completely poor, they don't even participate in research. And also people who are very rich, they don't participate either. So we need some alternative sources. I have, this is a picture I really love from 2003. Deposits at banks. So this is just money people have in banks and the balances of their accounts at some point. So it was in 2003, and here we can see the differentiation of deposits and money held by people in banks. So if they had over 5 million of deposits, it's more than we have the population, because some people have several accounts in the bank. So there were deposits of lower than 1,000 liters, constituted just 4.6% of all the savings, but these were dominant. 80% of people had less than 1,000 liters in their account. And 40% of people had no money at their accounts. So we can see a huge differentiation. And just 0.8% of people had deposits over 30,000 liters. So probably people who have more money have more accounts, and people who have no money probably don't have accounts and they don't have savings somewhere else. So of course this data could be collected, and this was an official information from the central bank, but they are not announced anymore. We only have information about the duration of deposits, half a year, 1 year. So this is what the bank thinks is important, how long people save money, but they never announce how much money they save in banks. Probably it's not important at all. Why should we care? Actually, I think it is important and it is significant to know how much money people hold in banks. And it's important to see when the money, when the deposits are actually growing. So probably people who have more than 30,000 liters, maybe they also had growing income and growing savings. Another kind of inequality is the so-called functional inequality. So it is the distribution of income between the production factors. There are two production factors, the labor and the capital. And as they participate in production, they create the value. And the value is later distributed. This is often overlooked in Lithuania. Many people are unwilling to discuss this issue. People say that if people earn very small money, it's because we don't have money in Lithuania, because our economy is backward and we have very low labor productivity, and we are very often guided by the average, the EU average. And this is why people say, come on, you cannot get wages like in the UK or in Norway, because labor productivity is very low in Lithuania. Here I have lots of figures. The labor productivity is lower in Lithuania than in the EU, so it's about 60% of the EU average. However, the wage differences are much higher, maybe because the prices are slightly lower in Lithuania, so our prices are about 70% of the EU average. So for our smaller wages we can buy more, but still we can see huge differences between the wages in Lithuania and in the EU. So the only way to explain it is the difference of power positions of the parties. So we have we have probably productions demanding lots of capital and little labor. So businessmen invest lots of capital, but they don't hire people. So they create new value and they distribute it according to their share. This is why the capital share is the highest. However, I don't believe that our furniture industry demands so much capital and so little labor. Quite the contrary, in Lithuania our industry is quite traditional, with not so much relying on the capital but more on the labor. This is why this gap is very strange. In Lithuania, the labor share should be higher than the capital share. However, if an employer can say that if you agree to work for a minimal salary or you are fired, and of course it's the only option left for a person, they have to agree to stay. Because another option for them is to become a jobless person, and it's not an option for them. So it's the only option available. They have to take the job. No collective bargaining, no collective negotiations actually happening. Should it happen another way, with staff workers demanding higher salaries, and if employers don't agree, then we have a strike. So this would be a different situation. We had some strikes in Lithuania, and of course trade unions can explain why. We don't have that many strikes. Of course, they can explain that the legislation is very restrictive and it's very difficult to hold a strike in Lithuania. But then we should probably raise awareness and we should demand the amendments of legislation in such situation. So let's see the proportion of labor productivity in Lithuania and in other EU member states. So, according to such a proportion, the best proportion is in the UK, because there, for your time spent at work or a product produced, is paid the most. In Slovakia, the least, and Lithuania is second worst. So Lithuanians are those who massively migrate to the UK. They don't know these numbers, but what they know is they know by experience. Maybe not only thanks to these data, but yes, they know that they don't go to Slovakia, they would rather go to the UK. So, in the left you have the compensation to the workers, the salary and the social insurance fee. Blue is the EU average and red is Lithuania in the share of the GDP. So the compensation to the workers in the EU, it comprises about 50% of the GDP. In Lithuania, about 40% of GDP. And on the right side, there is the so-called profit and the mixed incomes. This is the sphere where you cannot distinguish between personal and the firm income, if there is some individual enterprises. In Lithuania, the situation is different than in the EU. It's 50% in Lithuania and 40% in the EU. What it means, it's not some kind of specific economic structure of Lithuania, but this demonstrates the difference of our labor market, the unemployment situation, and different power positions. Of course, there are differences amongst wages in different sectors and professions. According to industries, we can see at the bottom over 4,000 liters salary at the banking sector and insurance sector. The brokers sector, then we have below 3,000 the science, and in the middle slightly more than 2,000 in the healthcare system. Obviously, the salaries are set according to the qualification and the labor productivity. Does it mean that at the banking sector they have the highest labor productivity compared to the healthcare? And in the middle you can see the monopolies, gases, water supplies and other things where they have quite high salaries. So I wonder why we should speak about this differentiation between the labor income and the capital at different sectors, because this is an opportunity for us to negotiate higher wages in spheres with low salaries. And we can always negotiate nationally. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not, but these statistics should be brought to the level of a firm, of a company. So when wages are low and workers want higher wages, and the owners say it's not possible, then the workers would like to see the financial situation of the company. Of course, in Lithuania, people wouldn't dare to ask it. It would sound like a blasphemy. But they can say, of course, this is a commercial secret and we can lose our commercial information. But okay, this information is available to an accountant, so why then it shouldn't be available to a trade union representative? And then, of course, how can you negotiate if you don't know the situation of the company as a whole? We can see people speaking about the recovery economy and the export growing, but the salary is not growing. And companies still complain they have no resources available to increase the salaries because they need the competition advantage, because it's the only way for them to be competitive internationally. But why should workers care about the competitiveness of the company if they don't see any difference in salary? The redistribution is another inconvenient topic in Lithuania. The differentiation between the labor and the capital of the primary income, and then the government comes trying to get the taxes so that it can finance the public sector and public services, and also the government has to support the people who are jobless or they don't earn enough to live. So these are the redistribution indicators in the EU member states, and I also think Norway is here. I think the yellow line is Norway and Lithuania is the red line. 20-something% is redistributed, and of course it's not enough to finance the public services to meet the needs in Lithuania, because we have at least as many elderly people like in Norway. We have also many children who have to finance the schools, the police, the military system, the governance system, and many other things and basic needs. The demographic structure of Lithuania and the needs are quite similar to other countries. However, our redistribution share is very low compared to other countries. Why so? Because those with high income, they afford many services without assistance of the government, and they don't want to contribute to financing the public services. And of course, they don't like being taxed, and they don't want to pay taxes. So how are the taxes collected? I've shown you the income of the labor and income of the capital. So as a share of GDP, it's 2.3 of GDP. So about 30% comes from taxation of labor and only 2.3% comes from taxation of capital. This is the share of GDP in terms of taxation. And the rates are very different. We know that the rate of profit tax now is 15%. And the salary taxation is 15%, but you also have to add the social insurance and healthcare taxes. And of course we should take into consideration some benefits and preferences and actual implicit taxation, the real taxation on profits. The taxation on capital is the lowest in Lithuania. and the actual taxation of labor is 31%. So you can see Norway is lagging highly behind Lithuania. You have to learn a lot from us. It's good that you are coming to learn from our system. So this is the taxation structure on salaries and profits. So here we can see a long perspective. The higher columns are the profits as a share of GDP, and salaries are those lower columns. This is the contribution to the product by labor and the capital. So you can see the capital has a higher contribution and very low taxation. And the labor is much more heavily taxed compared to the capital. So the situation is very bad. Another situation is about our labor market and unemployment. Honestly, it's ridiculous when I hear that we have unemployment because people don't want to work in Lithuania. They are lazy, they don't bother to find a good job. And also many employers complain that they have not enough skilled workers. But when you ask an employer, why is it difficult to find a good worker, he says, yes, it's difficult to find a good worker, and this is what they believe. But in terms of economy, if we speak economic language, the surplus or a shortage of labor force demonstrates the price of a goods. So if you pay so low salaries, naturally people will not want to work. Should salaries be higher, salaries should grow if they want more workers, and it's natural for each good. But it's not what we see in real life. When we see a number of vacancies and the figure for jobless people in Lithuania, I really love maps of Lithuania. Unfortunately, you cannot see the figures, but in the left you can see figures for jobless people, and in the right number of vacancies. So there are 60 or 80 jobless people per vacancy in Lithuania. Of course, all these jobless people, then they are not real jobless. Very often the labor market institutions state that, you know, all these unemployed people, they don't actually look for work. They're not real jobless people. But the main thing is, according to the research, the official unemployment is equal to the real unemployment in Lithuania. So you have over 200,000 jobless people in Lithuania, and according to the research and opinion polls, this figure is realistic. And people are asked if they have been actively looking for a job, and then they are considered jobless. But when people are asked, people have no point in imitating that they are looking for a job. Because even if they state that they are looking for a job, it doesn't affect their benefits. So probably some people just don't register as jobless people because they don't get anything from them, and others actually work but they register as jobless people, but still the figure is very high. So you cannot speak about the shortage of labor force in Lithuania, and you cannot say that only lazy people cannot find the work. It's not serious. There is a very low level of protection of jobless people. about 15 or 17% of jobless people actually get benefits. We often hear that people don't understand the difference between the social benefits and jobless benefits, because many jobless people actually can get support from the municipality, and we can see growing numbers of people who get social benefits during the crisis, because we don't have the unemployment insurance. Only 15 or 17% get benefit if they lose their job. Because, for example, all the drivers are insured and the civil insurance system works. But could we say that the system works if only 15 or 17% of drivers had this insurance? So you can see Lithuania getting the lowest level of the unemployment benefit. According to the demand, these benefits cannot be higher than the minimum wage. Though a jobless person, maybe they earned 5 minimum wages or 10 minimum wages, and they paid taxes, but when they lose their jobs, they only get very small support from the state. So here you can see this is the duration of the unemployment benefit paid. So the duration is also very short. Usually after half a year people cannot get it any longer. If a family has no breadwinner, they just have to apply for social support because of the poverty. And then they get to the criminalization of poverty. This is how we call it. When we speak about smuggling in Lithuania, usually you speak about the poorer people, those smuggling vodka from Russia, for example. And only poor people are blamed for smuggling rather than some rich smugglers. So then the government is trying to punish the poorest for smuggling rather than the richest. And then they are spied and supervised by the government. It's okay to monitor the people, but I think we should also monitor not only the poorest, but also the richest. One more important thing is the insurance of disease. It has been already picked by the trade unions. The social guarantees for diseases has been put down to 40% level. So if someone gets ill, they only get 40% of their salary. So this is more than twofold decrease. And the blue line is the number of people who approach the doctors. So it's the same level. So people are ill, they go to doctors, but they don't apply for the benefit anymore. So there is no point for them to ask for social benefits, even if they are ill, because they understand the level is too low. They are ill, but they still go to work, and they don't apply for social guarantees. And now some information about the pensions and manipulations with the pensions, manipulation and calculation of pensions. So yesterday we had a new pension calculator, and people are very interested in this calculator. People wonder which system they should opt for. And they notice that if they pay 1% of salary this year and 2% of salary next year to the so-called private pension fund, and then the government also will add 2% from the social insurance system, and 2 from the national budget, so they will get 6% of salary, and then they will get higher pension compared to what you would get if you don't conduct these transfers. Well, this is a very difficult calculator. If you add more money, then you get higher pension, naturally. I would say this is just an advertisement of private pension funds. But what money do you add? This is the money of the social insurance system and the national budget. And where do they get the money? They don't get them from from another planet. They take it from our money, and they add it to the money of people who pay to the private funds. So first they pay to the social insurance system and to the national budget, but then they redistribute it and pay to the private funds. And do you think we can be happy about it? Having higher pensions because the private fund gets more money from the national budget? So the calculator, this is what the calculator demonstrates, and I'll try to present the overall idea. On the left you have the second stage, and on the right you have the governmental pension system. In both cases, both workers and employers pay fees and payments to the state. On the left you have the so-called second stage system. So here the private pension funds get subsidies from the government, and they reinvest the money. And the investment funds purchase the shares of companies and the state obligations, and then the companies and the government investment, the companies and the state's obligations are reinvested again, and the investment funds get more money. Then the investment money put it to the bonds, and then they put it to the pension funds and to insurance companies. And finally, the insurance company will pay the former workers their pensions when they retire. So this is the whole system and the whole way. The money earned by the companies and by the workers when they still work, and they are invested and reinvested until they are retired. And on the right the way is simpler. People pay their payments to the government, and then they retire, and the government pays their pensions. So I wonder which system is more effective. This whole blue system, this is the system with lots of companies willing to achieve their profits. And they have lots of costs and lots of profits. So can we be happy that we'll have higher pensions if we contribute to this blue system? But of course, there is some smart idea behind it. So everyone now thinks, okay, if I don't pay this 2%, if I don't pay 2% to the private fund, I will not get this extra percent from social insurance and from the government. So it means that if I don't participate in private pension system, I will get a smaller pension. So individually, it makes sense for a person to participate in the private system. But if we think as a whole, it means that the government as a whole loses, because they subsidize the pension funds. So I think we should just opt for some simpler option. We can just take 4% from the taxation to decrease the taxation of the salaries, and to let people accumulate their money, and companies accumulating their money, they can expand and they can grow. So when our workers retire, the government can take these taxes and pay their pensions. So it can be done through governmental mechanisms, and we don't need all these intermediary bodies. So some people think that lots of these intermediaries create extra value, but it doesn't make sense actually, because this thinking actually dominates in Lithuania. This is why this reform is popular, because it is heavily advertised. Advertisement actually works. Another problem with this calculator: when people can see what kind of pensions they can get if they participate at the private pension system or if they don't participate, the precondition behind it is that in the future the salary will grow 4% per year, and the capital return will be 4.5, 5.5 or 6.5. But the salary will only grow 4%. So the social insurance pension depends on the salary, and the private pension will depend on the capital return. So the precondition is favorable for the private funds. So even at the pessimistic option, the private funds is presented as more favorable. These are all the preconditions. No one knows what will be the actual capital return and what will be the actual salary growth. But it only demonstrates us that this is the advertisement calculator. I would rather call it manipulator, not calculator. So I think I'm done. Thank you.
Please remain where you are, because... okay, let's clap first. We actually asked a few minutes from the time of Mr. Bronis Rope, our next presenter, to have a discussion. I'm sure that we will have a fruitful discussion. I'm sure people will have some questions and would like to discuss. So just raise your hand and let's start. Mr. Večislavas. Let me repeat myself. You can ask questions to anybody, to all the speakers who have already said, give their presentation. I wanted to just to remark about kindergartens, whether this is a good option or a bad option that you showed. Actually, what we would call this scheme, we would call it a corruption scheme. I'm not sure how you would call it in Norway. Maybe you can say whether this is a corruption scheme or not.
This is a question for you, Sven.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. This is not corruption at all, because it's totally legal. Because the way of organizing business sector in different companies, that's totally legal. But it's not very ideal or functional when it comes to dealing with public money. So the example from the kindergarten in Norway, it's not illegal. It of course should be, but it isn't. It's totally legal, and it's because we have politicians that do not separate between business thinking and public governance thinking.
Thank you.
I would like to continue on what Mr. Lazutka was talking with one remark. As it was a simple explanation, I want to make even a simpler remark. Let's imagine the second stage of pension funds, and they invest in shares, for example, into Greek bonds, or, for example, into the US Dow Jones 30 index. So the situation in Greece is worsening, and the bonds keep decreasing, and Dow Jones keep falling by 0.5 from 14,000 points to 7,000. So what happens with all the money that was kept in the pension funds? Let's not consider the profits, the costs. Let's just imagine what is happening here, that it is decreasing by 2 times. My colleagues in the economic faculty do not understand. I put in 20,000 and now I have only 10,000. What's there not to understand, I say? This is the bond market. It is a casino market. Well, to be fair, I have to say that at the moment Dow Jones is going up. It's recovering. That is true. But the question is, are you sure that 5 years on we will not have the same crisis, same situation when your pension will be slashed again? Another question. In 30 years, do we have a guarantee that those private pension funds will still exist? So the question is, here we have some young people. In the future, our future pensioners, where will you be going? Will you be going to the private pension funds headquarters or to the government? You will, of course, go to the government and ask, what were the politicians thinking when they decided to make this manipulator, as Mr. Lazuka said? Please introduce yourself. My name is Juozas Lakis. I have a question to Sven.
Institute for Negotiation, Conflict Resolution, and so on. What is it? Is it a governmental body? Is it a non-governmental institution? Or is it a system of relationship between capital and employee? What is it? Institute for Negotiation and Conflict Resolution. Okay? Thank you.
It is an institute that is set up by the partners and part of our legislation. So if there is a conflict, if the partners can't agree on a certain issue, it can be the law of the labor market, for instance, that they have different interpretation on. Then they can take the case to the court and get it contested by the legal system. And it is a way to say that we do have an authority that is above the partners between the employers and the employees. And first of all, there is a mitigation. They try to come to an agreement. But if they can't agree, they take it to a court where they actually have their own lawyers on each side who are discussing how do we interpret the laws. And we actually had a case just last week where it has been going on for quite a long time, but it was on whether the competition from the EU, actually, how we call it social dumping in Norway, but it is about whether the legislation in Norway should be overruling the competition between the different employers coming from other countries. And the unions in Norway have been very strong, saying that we want everyone working on a Norwegian construction site, for instance, to have the same pay. They should have the same pay, the same benefits, and also pay taxes to Norway the same way as Norwegian workers do, because we don't want others to come in and take the jobs, but we secure that they have a level of income and social services that is exactly the same as in Norway. This was a very important case that is an example of how the court is actually deciding on things where there is a conflict.
Sven, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just a short comment. First of all, I would say that it's always a pleasure to listen to Romas Lazutka. He's really, I must say, he's a really important voice in the Lithuanian debate, which he's an important voice in a very intense debate, which is really dominated by, I would say, market fundamentalists in this country. So it's really important that he has the position to also raise alternatives. And what I would also say that his presentation also shows that there are actually causes to what's happening also in countries like Lithuania. There is an effect of politics. So politics matters. This is the reason why you're on this end of the statistics is not because of Newton laws. It's because of the politics that or your politicians are enhancing. So the reason for this is structural. It's not individual, and I think it was really good portrayed by in Lazutka's presentation.
Ačiū senai. Jeigu galima, mes dabar suteikiam žodį.
If I may, I would like to give the floor to our next presenter, Mr. Bronius Ropė. Please take your stand. And now we will be moving from redistribution, from the social sector problems to something a little bit different. We'll be talking about the regions. Here we have a lot of representatives of the regions, and this is one of those conferences where we have people not from Vilnius but from the regions. So, Mr. Bronius, good afternoon to all of you gathered here today, dear organizers. I'm very honored to be here today and to share my thoughts about what's been going on in the previous years. And I was asked to talk about something that is very practical and something that is very important to each person in Lithuania. But first of all, I would like to remark on the calculator of the pension calculator. We have two systems. Nobody is mentioning that you can check a different calculator. I looked at these two calculators, and I found that through one system I would get 1,086 liters, but this calculator shows that it's 1,500 liters. So these two calculators show me different results. They are both official calculators. So I think there is something wrong here, and we should make sure that it doesn't become a manipulator, as it was mentioned. Now, legal, illegal, it's a very important question, an important issue. I've been participating in one conference in Strasbourg where I heard an interesting remark. When we talk about corruption, if we have a lot of corruption laws, then it makes no sense fighting corruption. And that is the situation in Lithuania. We have a lot of laws, and some laws are not do not meet the requirements of the Constitution, and that is discussed only after they are amended, not before. Now, talking about the local authorities, about municipalities, all our drafts are made sure that they comply with Constitution and laws. So, in that sense, before making the decision, we make sure that we comply with the Constitution and other laws, whereas it's not the same for the national laws. I was very glad to be invited into this conference, and there are a few of us from Ignalina, and I hope that it will be a great experience for the partners and the project organizers. I believe that it is very important, not only because we will move forward in this sphere, but it's also important to make sure that we have an understanding how we can solve the issues of our communities and the issues on the national level. Now, I was asked to talk on a very broad topic, and I could talk a lot. I've been working in the dialogue between the central government and the regions for a number of years. I've been one of the organizers of this system. And what can I tell you? Lithuania, actually, in Lithuania, it is actually more difficult to get something, to make sure that you get something rather than get an order to do something. I would like to maybe focus on one idea. A lot of people believe that if municipalities receive some money, that money is just for the mayor or for the administration. It's not for the community, it's not for the kindergartens, it's not for schools, etc. So that does hurt when we hear this, because we hear that we in municipality are fighting for additional funding, but then the others say that it is just for us. A few years ago we had a situation when one politician and the representative of one of the parties were invited to talk on behalf of the majority then in the parliament. And they said that you need to do something good for the people of Lithuania. And we were asked, what can we do to people of Lithuania? So we thought about it. We thought, what are the most important burning issues? We had 15 issues, and we said that if you say that you will solve these issues, we will give our 3 votes to the majority, to the then majority in the parliament. And we had 700 million liters that we fought for. 1/3 went to farmers, 1/3 to the municipality, and 1/3 to the businesses. And here in the parliament, it was said that 3 representatives of the politicians, Ms. Rima was participating in that, were bought 200 million, and that's why they supported the majority. So that is how things are twisted in politics. And when we do that, we still want our society to keep supporting us. I don't want to go into more detail here. Let me move on with my topic. In 1995, it was quite complicated to have a negotiation, a dialogue. We had 4 associations of regions, and at that time we were forced to become one association. And as we were discussing with Norway, with Sweden, with Denmark, representatives from those countries, such a small country as Lithuania has a law on association, and that we are the only country in the European Union to have a law on that. We couldn't understand that we can have a dialogue without having a law. In Denmark, for example, there is such a thought. The government is inviting us and they want to make sure that we are on the same page, because they understand that if they have our agreement, they will be able to make these decisions. If they don't have an agreement, we will have strikes, we will have some kind of protests, and we will not have a favorable decision. However, in Lithuania, that is quite rare. Yet there are some positive features I would like to mention from my personal own experience. The European Council has also representatives of municipalities, and we had an agreement. We had a legal act on decisions that are taken in the parliament. And the members of parliament are the ones to make these decisions. However, we don't have this discussion yet. We don't have the discussion on what happens afterwards. Let me give you a very specific example. What is the situation? Health security. According to the Constitution, to the law of municipalities, Seimas, our parliament, received a mandate to organize health security for the municipalities. What happened? Yes, this service is happening. People are quite satisfied. Of course, we want to improve the quality all the time. But we also have an opportunity to have private companies operating. That was a decision made around year 2000. And the municipalities have to control such institutions. Well, we have established. We now have some private companies established. They receive public funding. However, we have to monitor these private companies, and they were not profitable enough. So, with lobbying, one member of parliament has proposed an amendment to the law, and they vote. Municipalities are the ones who are hindering the progress, and we should have a free market for private health services. So these companies can simply establish themselves. They can work in the same, just round the corner, and they don't need an approval from municipalities. They are not controlled by the municipalities, and they can receive the maximum profit. I don't know what will happen next, whether we will, our politicians will have the spine to make sure that the proper decisions are made. But at the moment, the situation is such that we in Ignalina have lived through this, and we see that it is not working properly. Let's see, we have a private institution, health institution, and we have a public health institution. Anybody can go to either clinic. If you want, you can go to your doctor, the person you know, the person you trust. So that is all logic. And the private clinic will receive the same amount. I'm not remember the exact amount. Will get the same amount for each person, but that is 20 or 30 kilometers away from the patient. So the person, the clinic is in one place and gives services to the whole region, but the person says, okay, I've chosen my doctor and I come to your public clinic and I can't receive any treatment. You can't tell the person that your money went there and you want your service here. You have to re-register. That is something that people can't understand. Now, secondly, the public clinic will not receive a license if it does not provide all services. Whereas the private clinic can choose which services to provide. So they just choose the most profitable services. They don't want to provide services that require bigger expense and less profits. So people are forced to go to the public clinic. Now, the third issue is the compensation and any additional funding. Well, if you want to consult a doctor who is specializing in a certain sphere, let's say he's working in the Santariškės, in one of our biggest hospitals, it will be extremely difficult. You can, if you go the proper way through your clinic, but if you just look for this doctor, you will see that that doctor is working in the private clinic as well. So you just need to pay extra. You need to pay 100-200 liters and see the doctor in the private clinic, even though in maybe next week. But that would take months for you to get to the same doctor in the public hospital. So that just shows that there's something wrong in this area. We have delegated this responsibility to the municipality. So the municipality should be the one to do something about it. But we can't have the situation when on the same time the private clinics can be established. Maybe we should just designate certain areas where those private clinics can operate, and some state institution will fund them. This is a very relevant topic which is not resolved yet. Now, a few remarks. Now, heating. Heating is something that is quite topical for us these days. If you open the Price Commission webpage and you will look at what are the prices for heating in March, you will see Molėtai and Ignalina regions up the table where it's 20 cents, and towards the end it's 36 cents in other municipalities. So you see that is a very big difference. But when you get the same money for the same amount of heating, then you see that somebody is receiving double the money. What is the reason for that? The reason is very simple. Those companies which are private companies have one goal: to receive profit. That is something our Norwegian colleagues have mentioned. So if there's no profit, they will stop operations. The state-owned company just wants to provide the service, quality service, maximum expenses, minimum profit. If there is any profit, the profit will be used for the development of the service. If the private company has shown that he is the one who really needs to get that higher price, so if he does that, he can get that price. He needs to make sure that the Price Commission agrees to that. That's it. And so he receives money from the budget, from the people, from all the public institutions, schools, kindergartens, etc. What else we have? We have compensation per square meter. The higher the price, the more money you receive. So that has been happening for a while. A year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, our government decided that is not that good. And so municipalities decided that they can control this system. And these regions, these municipalities are the ones who are irritating others, because we showed that you can have lower prices, you can spend less, and in that way we are just showing to other regions that we can do it. The Free Market Institute likes to compare that in Vilnius we have 2,200 average salary, and in Ignalina we have 1,600. But if in Ignalina we pay less for heating, it doesn't matter, because in Vilnius you pay more for heating. You just you are taking money. You just give money for heating, and that's it. So we need to compare not just the average salary, but also the exploitation, because in Vilnius we have only private companies that service the apartment blocks. They simply need to make sure that they show that they are providing these services, and they have higher prices, and they receive more money, more profit. So they are justifying the prices very easily. We have had this taken to court, and the government is also participating in that. One of the shareholders was the Reconstruction Bank, and of course they are participating in it. But what is happening next? We had to privatize picking garbage. Well, thank goodness our previous government didn't pass the laws yet, and the new parliament decided that this would be a huge nonsense, and now this law is not yet taken, and it will be taken in July. But what happens after July? That's a big question. It's very simple. If the private companies will be the ones picking garbage, it's very easy. They will, of course, provide the service and receive profit. But then we will be going after them and picking all that's left. So the same goes with the health sector as it is here. If there is a company working for profit, we see what is happening. We see that company represented in the newspapers, in the TV, everywhere, and he keeps talking that private sector is efficient and effective, whereas the public sector is not. But let's look at it differently. Let's look at the freedom in the municipality. Not only the freedom, what is happening there, but what the results are. And that is something that we don't want to evaluate. We just keep assessing the process. If the private company is doing it, then it's good. If the public company is doing it, then it's bad. That's it. I've mentioned picking garbage, but the same situation is with the water supply. According to the law, we had to have a public company which is providing water services. That law was not passed yet, but it will be passed and be put in force next year. But then we have also companies that are recycling. They are private private companies. And we have learned what was wrong with that. So instead of learning from these mistakes and allowing municipalities to make their own decisions, make their own choices, and after making those choices, we can discuss which decision was the best and what would give the best results. But we're not doing that. As it is time for me to finish, I would like to conclude by saying the following. And that is the same for Norway, the example that they've given. As in Norway, the situation was not very good. They understood that if society starts pressuring government, we can make sure that the situation improves. However, in Lithuania, the situation is different. Up to 1990, we had a government responsible for everything, and people got used to that. And there are still a lot of people who are waiting for the government to do everything that needs to be done. And that is a very big mistake. It is something that hinders our progress. One more example, the renovation of apartment blocks. The conditions are the same. People could decide to renovate apartment blocks. Only a few of them were renovated with that system. Our region and some other region decided that the municipality, can make sure that this is going on. The people will not have to go to the banks to take out loans, etc. People just need to choose the model of renovation, and 80% have opted for this option. A very big amount of money was spent. Was not spent for renovation, but it will be spent just this year. And that just shows that our people want the government to do something about it. They want the municipalities to do something about it. That just has to do with our thinking, the one that was formulated up to 1990. We have some alternatives. There are not that many to really show the results yet, but we see that this is actually working. We see that we need to renovate something, we need to reconstruct a bridge or something, so the municipality can solve that and the people don't have to do anything. But if the government is not doing anything, then the people need to unite and do something about it. Some people are just some people unite just to dance or sing, but the others unite in order to do something that is really needed for everybody. Well, time is precious, and we have lunch soon, so I will be finishing now. Thank you for your attention. Now we should be having a lunch break. We have lunch in the building where you came from. It's on the second floor. You came in through the first floor. On the second floor there is a restaurant, and we will have people with green cards who will be showing you the way. Make sure to come back 1:30 to this room, and then we will hear one of the representatives from Norway, from Bergen region, and he will be presenting Norway's experience.
Thanks a lot for coming back here. So now let's listen to the presentation by Harry Herstadt, who represents Bergen municipality, but actually he is one of the leaders of Norwegian self-government, just like Vilnius is one of the leaders of Lithuanian self-government.
Thank you. Can you hear me down there? Yeah, that's good. Okay. It's a pleasure for me to be invited here and to sit here and listen to all the speeches and all the opinions, the discussion. I'm here to learn. And I have some initiative, I have some experiences from Norway, from my different kind of work, which may be of interest for you, of general interest. In the last years, I have been working a lot with how are we going to work together to create jobs on the western coast of Norway. Where I live is in an island between Bergen and Stavanger, the most beautiful part of Norway, of course. So there we are, and the last years I have turned the table. I have gone from one side of the table, from being a chief administrative or chief executive in different communities and in the county of Hordaland. You may look into my CV in a moment. And then I was asked if I was interested in going into politics, into policy, running as a mayor for this community where I pay my tax. And I did 2 years ago, because I always think it must be interest to sit on the other side of the table, to learn more about that position too. So I've been traveling around. And what are my experience in concerning job creation? Why job? Why value creation in Norway, in our community, in our region? Why? Just because we want people to live there, to stay there, to have children there, to raise the children there, to work and to die there at the end of life. And I think that being joined the forces to create good life conditions for people in my region is the most meaningful thing I can do. I'm not a good businessman. I don't like to go into stock race or something. I would be proud if I can deliver within public sector. Even I have been outside. I've been working as a manager of a hydroelectric power plant for 2 years. I didn't get along with the capitalists in my board. They wanted to sell it to Swedish people. I would not. Because my parents, they have built up this company from bottom. And they know, we know where the water is. We know the landscape. We know the culture, and we know everything about that place. And if the Swedish people, Vattenfall, or Bayern Electrica, or Gas de France, should go buying us, like the majority in my board wanted to get the money, to earn more money, then we were on the different side of the table. And the loser have to go, yeah? Then I was the loser. Then, now they have come into new thoughts about that issue. So, when we are going down to Litauen or east to Litauen, we are here to share some of this kind of thoughts, and we have some methods, some methodologies which can be shared, can be looked into. And here is one of them. This is the main message from me and maybe the Norwegian group here today. And if we are showing this concerning job creation, we think that in each of these this triangle, there are 3 corners, of course, there for the name. And in each corner, there is a position. Creating jobs, then the municipalities, the top leaders there, the politician, the mayor, and the chief executive, and so on, in their position. The university colleges, which we have 2 in our island, and the big industries, they are all there. And if we are going to let the guys in the university dictate the conditions, say where to go, how to plan, that is not enough. If we ask the industry to take the lead jacket, that is not enough. And of course, if we ask the politicians to do everything, the community administration, the public sector to do everything, creating jobs, that won't be that many employees, that many plants. But the main issue here is if each of us in each corner leave our positions, if we leave the position in the corner and move simultaneously to the center of this triangle, what can get us moved into that direction? To leave our own conception of our own roles, our proudness of our education, power, and so on. What can move us? What can make us move? What can get you to don't think of your own interest only? Your own interest has to be replaced by the common interest, and that is the main message here. But if the guys from the industry here in the right corner are going to move into this, and the other 2 guys are sitting there laid back, then nothing will happen of good quality. So we have to move into the center in the same period, in the same time. And if we are going to get this triangle, this tripartite model to work here in this country, as in Norway, we have to look at all our resources, like we don't put down there in the triangle called organization. If you are going to go somewhere to have a desired outcome, and you know that the situation today, things can't be like it is in the present situation, then you know that we have to organize, we have to get organized. And in this view, Lithuania is a big resource, organizational resource. When I go into such a triangle, or this tripartite kind of work, I put all my colors, my personality, my skills, my education, my experiences from all those kind of situations, which is, there's my CV. And you can see up to the right, there are 1 blue, 1 yellow, and then you can see the Hordaland County. And below there is a Hollywood mark, which is the community of Stord, and another community. I've been working there for several years, 25 years, in different positions there, as chief administrative, executive leader, or organizational leader. And I've been working as a dean in a university high school, educating people. So I think I know something about their characteristic too. And then I have been, as a public member of different boards, building roads, airfield up in the left corner, and so on. And you can see the beautiful bridges down there in the middle. As a chief executive, I was asked to go in there as one of the many parts who are going to realize those kind of projects. And my experience is that if we are going to do something and have a certain kind of control over the output, the outcome, the consequences, the impact, creating good jobs, not only jobs, then you have to organize like this. Local, you have to coordinate action, and you have to have clear roles. You have to have certain roles. And this is the question. Are we doing the wrong tasks in a wrong way? Or are we doing the right things in the right way? And all we have been discussing here today is how Lithuania should be up in this corner, the fourth corner up there. This is every kind of politics. This is leadership. And how are we managed to go there for tomorrow, for Lithuania, like in Norway? And several, you can ask, are we rich as you know we are? We are rich, we are a rich country, but we have some of the same challenges that you have, because we have big neighbors, and we are polluted or influenced, you can choose the words, from a way of thinking that is not integrated in the Norwegian people, in our backbones. And then we know that we can be moved over in another position of this quarter. We can do, again, we can do wrong things in the right way, or the right things in the wrong way. We are not guaranteed that we will be up there where I placed Lithuania. In Norway, up to the left, we have strong neighbors, as you had earlier before '91. And those neighbors, those imperial states, are using different kind of weapons. Or there are no much violence in the dialogue within EU, if there is any at all. But in this EU, to build EU as a peace, to build peace, to secure peace, that is the main aim for this organization. But back in '51 and '57 in the Steel Union, you can see that building EU was to remove what they call extreme democratic obstacles for the free trade. You remember that? That is one of the aims of the Union. But in a very interesting article written in Sweden, which is referred to here, and I will leave my papers afterwards, then you can read that something has happened in Europe, with the states of Europe, both for Germany, England, Norway, and the Nordic countries, the Scandinavian system, without us knowing it exactly. And if you look at this figure up there, you can see maybe that on the vertical axis here, there is a kind of national autonomy down, and the arrow points at the Europe and the European ideology. On the vertical axis here, you can see from the social market economy on the left side and to the liberal market economy. And without having any distinct discussion in Norway, we know that from the position down to the left. No. SME position, social market. We have been moved up in the right upper corner. We are there now, like Germany. And even England, which were down on the right side, they have been lifted up there. And I think that's why they are discussing membership, still membership in UK at the time. But they have earned a lot of money on it too. So I'm not anti-EU, but I'm trying to analyze and to understand what's going to happen, what's happening, what's have happened, and how are democracy in Norway to survive under such conditions, or that kind of strength conditions. And that is a democratic issue too. So I'm not anti, I'm critical, analytical, and I am a peaceful Democrat. And nobody who knows me will even say that I'm a red one, a red wing. I'm a social democracy, and I'm criticizing in some kind of issues my own party in Norway, which is in the government at the time. This is an evolution. And how come this be so? You know much more than me, maybe, about the EU Constitution. And the pillar at the right here is the lawmakers, and the policy to the left here. And from the early 60s, the meaning was that they should be modifying each other. The lawmakers must, those who are going to build down restrictions for the free trade, they have to, in the Constitution, they have to be met, balanced of the forces in the Parliament who are going to secure the social security in the Parliament, in EU. And this research here, which I'm building some of my opinions about, statements, is that this has tipped down to the right because of they are very productive in the law committee. They decide and they make laws which are deregulating Europe. And they have a lot of what they call veto players around themselves, while the Parliament, they work with consensus solution, and they are not that strong and efficient as the lawmakers. That may be one of the explanations why this balance is tipped down to the right. And if it is so that Norway are influenced by this development, then we have to be aware, and we have to ask which or what consequences for the local Norwegian democracy and the values inside our country is influenced, has bad consequences. And then we have to establish a dialogue with the government who can play a stronger role into Europe. We are not in Europe, but we are as another European EU state in very many ways. So then I use tripartite cooperation as both an alternative to cutbacks and the Europeization of Norway's local governments. You know that the Nordic countries, 25 million people, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland and Norway, even the Faroe Island is here. They had, as Anna and Svein Arne has spoke about, build up a golden corner of Europe, maybe. But the rest of us, except from Norway, are joined the EU market. And that makes impacts, that make consequences for the Norwegian policies, and policy too, as well. And in this area, we have a big welfare state, and we have been proud of it. We have had, it has been honorable to work in public sector. It's not that strong anymore, that kind of. And we have strong unions, which we know they have all contributed to this development, as Anna and Sven has told you. I will not repeat this kind of. But now we can see weaknesses in this. And in EU, one of the most popular way of leading things is, for instance, the new public management, which is an ideology and leadership ideology which is all over Norway. And it has been integrated into the way the hospitals are led and drifted, or what do you call it, and into several different areas of public sector. This kind of what I call pollution is gone into our own country. And you can't stop those kind of thoughts at the borderline, at the border of Norway. And in my own party, they are very happy with this new public management, as in the right Liberal Party. As I told you, I have been up in north, in Norland, where you can see the old Viking ship or something up there. I've been working down in Rogaland and Hordaland, and all the time, in every job, every leading job, I have told people around me, the politicians and the other guys, that I am organized in this Fagforbundet, our union, the strongest union in Norway. Because in this union, my value, my real deep down values are rooted. So I bring that CV with me into this or that job if they want me there. They can say no, but they have said yes several times. And what we can see now, this is not an island. We are connected to Europe. And what's happening in those western part of the country is of great importance. And we know that is facilitating free trade, is that more important to the state than taking responsibility for the welfare state and the overall social task? Is it good to Norway that public-owned infrastructure is put up for sale? Is it good for grandma that she is being tendered? And I know it is not good for Norway and for our region. In our county, there are 50,000 employees connected to the oil industry. 50,000 people. And the state company, the Statoil, what are they doing? The state owns it. They are putting a large amount of work to South Korea, to Samsung, where a big Norwegian platform is a small job. And they don't care about the quality. And they do not fulfill the contract. And why not? Just because the Norwegian government has an agreement with those companies that if you are not finished, we will take the rest, and the taxpayer will pay 90% of what the rest work cost. And a lot of people in Norway, we don't like that kind of international economy. But what they are telling us is that your work is out there in the west part of Norway is too expensive. There was a big company of Norwegian transport, air transport, which are all the pilots are asked to go down some 100,000 Norwegian kroner or more in salary per year. If not, they are going to sell this to the flying doctors from Australia. And the flying doctors in Australia, they don't know nothing about the peninsulas and the islands, the archipelagos of the coastal area of Norway, the coastal peripheral area of Norway. And we can't discuss with Australians if they do not deliver what to do in hospitalizing and in rescuing life along the coastline. And the Norwegian people, we are rich in a way. We have very good conditions at the time, but we don't allow to let them be exported out of control. So we want to take control. And how are we to get into control again, if it's possible? Because the local government in Norway, as maybe here in Lithuania, we can't run from the responsibility for this societal deliverance. We are responsible for the old people, for the young people, having not enough kindergartens enough, and so on. In this region of the coastal area, as in other parts of Norway, there are 19 counties in Norway, and they are given responsibility for a regional partnership. But even the distance from south in the county to the middle of the county in Norway is so big that we know that we are not sure that the county government will fulfill our interest down in south. So we have to define our own interest in the municipality together with the industry, and we are happy who have a university and a university high school there, where there is going applied science and basic science. So we join. For instance, here, you can see the coastal line between Bergen and Stavanger. And EU, they determine a lot of issues concerning which quality and what rules are we going to build bridges and tunnels and roads, after which nomenclature what are we going to use? Technical. And that's okay. Security rules from EU. We accept that one. But we do want to decide which islands are going to be built down for a motorway. How are we going to cross a fjord which is almost 10 kilometers broad? You can see the red track down there. They are going down to minus 600 meters under sea level, below sea level, with a tunnel, which is 24 kilometers long. And we are living in the middle, where the green and the blue one meets here. And we are anxious to get to Bergen without using ferries, because the ferries are expensive, both for the private and for the industry. And the transportation costs for this very productive region is a handicap. So we want to be stronger. We have to influence our own competitiveness to keep the employees, the plants, the big companies located in our region. So we have to join both the national, the flag you can see, the community and the county, and make a tripartite organization out of it. Because we have experience, the bridge down there are not going to be decided or designed in EU. We know that this landscape cannot be polluted more than with this beautiful bridge. Don't you think it's beautiful? And the steel here in this bridge is of local political interest because it's welded in a way that made the construction very, very thin and sustainable. That is politicians too. And you can see the district. If you want to stay in a beautiful country, you have to go into politics. You have to go into policy. There is the island where I live. You can see the glacier and the Hardangerfjord back in the picture. And we have one of the strongest capitalists in Norway who is owning this plant. We are building the platforms who are transported out in the North Sea and drilling for oil. And we have to establish a very close dialogue with this owner and all the guys, all the engineers here in this country, in this company. And way back there is a peninsula where the university high school is located, and we have to build that connection between the two guys there. And there is a big hospital up here. But what are we experiencing at the time? Yes, it's even if the hospital is up there, the owners and the decision makers of the hospital has moved to Oslo, away from the countryside. They are not there anymore. We have lost one of our dialogue partners. They are gone because they have changed the way of organizing specialists, the specialist health care system in Norway, the second level, to Oslo. And they have introduced, or there is an intruder from the new public management. They are running this kind of health like corporate. They look into the hospitals and see corporate management. After going into politics, I was asked to join the board of that hospital where I'm sitting at the time. But we are what we can call I think, political idiots. That's what we are, sitting there. Because all decisions are made in Oslo and not in our area. Our local hospital do not reflect the kind of challenges in our population. Drilling oil, coming home. It's standardized, and we have lost a dialogue partner. So now we have to go to Oslo to talk to the leader of this. To have this big plant, this workshop here, there is a lot of very important issues that the politicians and the community and the county can do for this one. The county owns the road down to this plant. They have huge installation down there, and there is traffic, buying and selling and transportation. So we have to talk to them all the time, to be in dialogue with them, to get the best competition for this plant in our county. And in the same way that EU is deregulating to help free trade, then the community, the municipality here, can do the same in a small level down here. So they have discount, they have good conditions to have their plant here, but they are not allowed to be free for themselves. They have to discuss with the community what to do, how to do it, and they accept it. They asked us when we introduced a new kind of taxation on all buildings in this community. They asked for a discount, and they got it. We don't want to kill that kind of strong things with taxes, but we have to find a way, because they are making a heavy impact in our population and all over the different issues. At the time, there are some 35 different nations of people working there. some 3,000 or 4,000 people, and only approximately 1,200 is from the local areas, the islands around here. The rest is from all over the world. During my time as a public manager, or what you can call, I have seen that working with local deregulation and increased attention to competence as a vital condition for value and job creation, that has been increasing. And we know, I'm going in for landing soon, that learning and innovation take place in dynamic networks. Learning, innovation can take place only in a balanced horizontal interaction between academia, industry, and government. And we have some trouble with the academia. Do you have the same? They think they have the solutions. And I think if they have a brilliant idea, it will trickle out to the rest of us. But we asked it, if we are the buyer, if we are the employees of the teachers and the nurseries and the engineers, why don't you talk with us, the public and the industry and the hospitals, of how the education, the content of the education shall be formed? It's 20 or 30 years since the teachers at the universities were out there where life takes place. So one of the biggest doors to go in is to academia. I won't read this one, but proximity, respect, security, and sharing knowledge is the basic for regional development in our condition, in our own condition. Just one case at the end of my experience. To show what we are talking about, the industry in this area, they asked the state and they asked the educational institution if they could rebuild the content of the engineering program. And together with the county, together with the state and the different companies here, they made an agreement of financing this from skilled worker to engineer masters. Financing in a way which has not been done before in our area. I'm not sure if it has taken place in Norway anywhere. So, to do this, we need some 100 well-educated engineers in our area each year. And it's difficult to find. All over Europe, we are looking. Then we took this initiative, and each year now, from 2012, we are educating some 35 engineers, which are exactly what we need in this region. And this is too much to go into, but you can look in my papers afterwards, see what I mean. Some 4 million kroner will it cost. And this is a Dutch party. Here is the cost breakdown. And the public administration of the county take more than 50% of the costs. And so that's how the way we facilitating or organizing this combination of work and education, and here's what we finance. I brought with me one of my finest pictures down to the right to show, is this a quite a local dream? Is this remote? Is there any value of this kind of thoughts? I'm just asking. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Mes turime galimybę klausimams.
We have an opportunity to ask questions, maybe briefly. I would like to propose an amendment to our agenda. I will ask Andrius Navickas to take the floor, and he said that he really wanted to leave before 3 o'clock, and so we will switch his presentation to with Mr. Vaidotas Levickis. But maybe first of all you have some questions. I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Ready?
It's okay. Yeah.
So you can hear me now? Thank you for your great presentation. It was quite complex and very interesting. I still have a few questions. First of all, do you have any predictions of what you will be needing in your country in terms of what kind of workers you will be needing? And the second question, if it's legal, maybe is it not corruption? In Lithuania, for example, it might be legal, but corruption is corruption. It can be called political corruption, but still corruption. So I have these different questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Difficult question anyway. I'm not sure I get the last one, but I can ask Dan. I know we need a lot of engineers on master level in Norway. I'm against taking up more oil from the North Sea, in the northern part of the North Sea, but I think my party will decide and they will go for it. So we will need hundreds of well-educated engineers, and we take it from everywhere, just to have the skill, just to have the quality of that kind of international master level.
Sorry, but the question was if the government is taking part in the planning of the professions that will be needed to the industry. Like how active is government in this, in general education system?
I think it's the university and the university high school. They are the active one, but they are financed. They are state schools. They are state universities. So what are we talking about? This will not be decided in the parliament, but they will get budgets from the state, and the university are on their own developing the educational programs. So what we are eager to is to discuss the content of the education which are needed in our area, and that is a political issue. So we want to be or stay in dialogue, both discussing what are all the grown-up people doing, what shall they be doing in the kindergarten, in the schools? What kind of teachers do you want to have in Norway? What are they going to learn about children? In the same way as we want to discuss what is the needs of the industry, creating good jobs for international sale of the products. We buy a lot of welding in Klaipėda, in Mila Island. We have bought a lot of ships from there. But it's a kind of raw material, and we take the rest in Norway. Now we have to import a lot of people to finish the work. So it's the tradition from it's the offers, it's the content worked out of people at universities which were out there in the field 20 or 30 years ago. It's 30 years or 25 years since the average of the Norwegian teacher at university high school were out in the school. How can I know what is the best education? And locally, regional, we are going into that discussion.
Did that answer your question?
The other question I didn't catch really. Go ahead.
Well, let me finish then my question. I had a question to your colleague, and I asked about an example of the kindergarten, and when it was showed that it was a public institution which was taken by a private institution, and the private institution was receiving profit. So in Lithuania, that would be called corruption. Your colleague said that it was legal and it was not a corruption. So I just wanted to make sure I understood right that everything that's legal can't be corruption. Did I make myself clear? Well, let me answer that. The situation is very similar. We have kindergartens that are operating like that. So I would like to ask actually Andrius Navickas, who will be talking about the situation in Zarasai, something that happened quite recently, and he will answer your question. Good afternoon, everybody. As I was listening to the presentations of my colleagues from Norway, I really found a lot of comparisons to what I wanted to say. Of course, I didn't intend it, but I found that when we sit down and think about it, we usually pose the same questions. It doesn't matter whether we are in Lithuania or Norway. The goal of my presentation is actually to identify strengths and weaknesses of the social partnership processes. So I want to understand where we are, and at the same time to spread the good case practice that we have had. Of course, we should assess it. We don't usually like to be assessed, but I'm all for looking at our activities critically. We shouldn't be afraid being assessed critically, because only that way we can improve. Looking at the experience of Lithuania and why there is no dialogue in Lithuania, we usually like to answer this very simply. We simply say that our government is bad, they don't want to talk to us. However, we know that that is maybe not the case. Well, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, as we have already discussed that. Our Norwegian colleagues have already said what we can do about it in the situation to change it all. But I would like to focus on the reasons why there is no dialogue. And I answer this question in the following. First of all, we don't have the parties to dialogue, in the dialogue. The dialogue can happen between two people who are discussing, and in the regions we don't have that second party. We want to discuss, but there's nobody to discuss it with. On the other hand, sometimes we have a dialogue between parties which are not on the equal ground. Simply, to say it simply, we are on very different weight categories, like in boxing, for example. So one of the reasons that I see that we don't have a dialogue is the fact that we need to be more equal. We have to make sure that we have leaders who would be able to have this dialogue, who would be able to do work. When we don't have a leader, there's usually no organization. We cannot unite people. It's very difficult to use the social capital that we are discussing about, and to use the financial resources that we have. It is quite often that financial resources are misused as well. Now, I would like to go from something that is very broad and generic to something that is more specific, the social conflict in the region of Zarasay. This is something that we really need to assess. Talking about conflicts, as we have seen also from the presentation by our colleagues from Norway, it is important for future social dialogue. Conflicts are part of progressing towards social dialogues. I wouldn't like to say that conflicts are wrong or conflicts are bad. Usually in our society they are viewed very negatively. However, we should understand that when we have no conflict, we cannot have progress, we cannot have development. If it is a constructive conflict, of course, if it is a war of arguments, then it is positive. Yet, if the arguments are not working, and we do not want to say just this party is right and this party is wrong, we should take into account the opinion of the government as well. Not always the government has a wrong understanding, a wrong opinion. Usually there are just different interest groups. And I believe that 100 years from now, the interests of all parties involved will be different as it is now. On the one hand, we will have profit. On the other hand, we will have just services. So this will happen throughout. And we shouldn't be afraid of conflict. Talking about what actually happened in the region of Zarasay, we posed the following requirements. I'm sure that most of you in Lithuania have already heard about that, but what we really wanted was not to privatize catering at schools. Sometimes it is said that the schools should only teach children and everything else should be privatized. As the mayors have mentioned that our heating system was privatized and other utilities, it was just people just kept saying that this is just a burden to the state and that should be privatized. Soon it will be a burden to take care of our children. We'll just want to give it to some business. So what we wanted was to have catering provided at schools cheaply and provide quality food, so not privatize the service. Somebody said that it would be cheaper if we were to privatize catering services at schools, but when you look deeper into it, you see that catering 60 to 70% of that is provided for people with lower income. So if the prices increase, the government, the state should fund this 60-70% of services. Another requirement was to increase financing for informal education, also to change the procedure of the way children are brought to school in terms of providing school buses and similar changes. Also, we wanted to have a territorial collective agreement, and in Zarasai, I believe we are the first municipality to have this collective agreement. It's not signed yet, as certain amendments have been made to it. That means that we haven't achieved the social dialogue yet. And the conflict is programmed, if I may say so, because soon enough we will be having this fight over the collective agreement. And finally, the last requirement was about financing workers who are working at school but are not teachers. Now, the impact measures. We have to understand that we are a weaker part in negotiations. And here I don't talk about all those tries to have a dialogue, those invitations to meet up and to discuss. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we have had very different interests from the municipality. And the municipality said that they had a lot of pressure from other side, and it was very difficult to have this social dialogue. However, we have had some interesting ways of pressuring our municipality. Maybe you have heard about our promotion of sending SMS messages. We have been sending a lot of SMSs to people from the municipalities, urging them to have a discussion with us, to discuss all those points. And I believe that we have really achieved a very good impact here. We thought that this will not lead to strike or anything similar. We thought that this just sending SMSs might be enough. We wanted also to attract attention of all the people. At one point, we have sent thousands of SMS messages, and people from the municipalities, of course, were not very happy about it. However, we really didn't want to be confrontational. We simply wanted to invite them to have an agreement. The municipality even called the police, but the police couldn't find anything wrong with what we did, as we were very polite. Moreover, we have had meetings in one of the squares where we wanted to attract more attention. We participated in various TV programs. We also publicized the filmed material from our meeting with the representatives of the municipality. And after all that failed, we had to announce a strike in 6 educational facilities. And that actually helped to start real negotiations. We were invited for real negotiations, and we could be able to discuss something. So here is just further information about our SMS promotion. Also, this is from one of our meetings in the square. What we wanted was to unite. And this is one of the meetings, and this picture just shows the meeting with the mayor, who was very interested in our problems and started solving straight away. Now here's just another protest meeting in one of the squares. We had a lot of honorable guests who addressed the audience. We had some of them coming from Vilnius. Now, what were the results of the strike? First of all, the privatization was of catering services at schools was stopped. Of course, this question will arise again in the future. From what we have heard from our colleagues in Norway, 100 years on, we will still be having some conflict. 100 years on, businesses will want to have bigger profits, and it would be quite naive to hope that this privatization has stopped and will stop for good. We are happy about the results that we have achieved now. Other results are that we have increased financing for sports and art schools in Zarasay. Also, we have changed the school bus system, and we have a collective agreement prepared, territorial collective agreement prepared. And as we have heard, this has been happening for quite a while. This agreement is not signed yet, but it is prepared. The way I see it, and I forecast that by the year 2016 or 17, we will be able to sign the territorial collective agreement. So you see, we do not want to force this process. What should we do in order to encourage dialogue? Well, first of all, we should not talk about what others should be doing, but we should talk about what we should be doing. We should organize ourselves. We should form associations. We should form trade unions. Also, we want to improve our competency in this area. Without that, we cannot have a constructive social dialogue. We need to have leaders, and with that, we can attract other people to our activities. Without the agreement of people of the civil society, we will not be able to achieve anything. If the mayor, for example, wins the elections, 80% of people voted in the same area to continue with the strike. So society decided that we should continue with our strike, and these are the same people who elected the mayor. So the results, the continuing of results are very important. Sometimes it is said that, okay, the children will lose on their education. But what we say is that if we do not receive bigger funding, or the funding will be decreased, that would mean that our children would suffer. If we can have a strike of a few months, the harm that would do would be much smaller than the harm of decreased funding. And we are very pleased that we were able to show the people what our goals are and what we are trying to achieve. We also showed that this is something that is useful for all the public. Of course, we need to ensure that we develop leaders. We need to have people who can ask these questions, and most of the time, unfortunately, leaders start something, start organizing some action, and they leave the movement. Sometimes they lack financing, so these issues have to be resolved. And finally, we need to reform the trade unions that already are working, and we need to ensure that the financial and human resources are used in the right way. We shouldn't put focus on entertainment or just spending on food. As we have seen during our strike, when people didn't receive any salaries, we saw that it is better to fight for increased financing rather than lose it all. And finally, what is most important is to have faith. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. So that is the final remark of my presentation, but I would of course like to hear from you what is your criticism. Maybe you would be able to tell us something about that, because I am sure that this is not only a problem in Zarasay. I'm sure that you also have such issues, but does it mean that you just take it the way it is and you don't have those parties to participate in dialogue? Thank you, Andrius.
Ačiū labai. Aš iš tikrųjų pasinaudojant progą noriu visiems ir pagarsinti ir tokį pastebėjimą puikų apie gerbiamą Andrių.
So I'd like to say that Andrius now is in the Educational Council of Lithuania, and it's so good to see the active and young father of four taking this active path, and not only going himself but also organizing others. I think this is a great example for our public and our society, and I hope it's contagious. So I would like to thank you for my chance to participate here, and also to apologize that I have to go to another session now, to another meeting, but be sure that we are following this process very closely. Our people are there monitoring, and we'll have, I hope we'll have some result and some effect with your criticism and your remarks. So it's really important to have some continuity of what we have started here in Seimas today with a view on to tomorrow. So to my colleagues from Norway, I would like to modestly hand over to Anna this album about the Lithuanian Parliament, so that when they come back to their country, they could have good memories about their stay here. on behalf of us all. Okay, so now we let the member of parliament leave. And now, Andrius, it's your time for answering questions. Bronis, the floor is yours. Just a couple of remarks and questions, as we are neighbors from the neighboring municipality, so we know something from your municipality as well. We also had some discussions about your situation, but somehow we managed to resolve the situation, so our teachers didn't have to go on strike to resolve it. But also we know that in Lithuania the educational workers now are slightly more paid than many other professions. Of course, their work is very difficult and the responsibility and many other things. However, compared to social workers or cultural workers, many receive just minimum wage, or they work part-time actually. So I understand you work for your profession and you demand for your profession and you negotiate, but for this we need to take money from other professions because the municipal budget doesn't grow because of these demands. So when you demand for your sphere, you take away from another sphere. Knowing that the municipal budgets are only enough for 11 rather than 12 months per year, so we are always short on money for 1 month. So we whether go deeper in debts, or we have to take loans, and we have many bad examples throughout Lithuania. So have you considered an opportunity to not only think about your demands, but also to try to achieve some agreement with the municipality and to find some common goals with the municipality? For example, in this year the government and the Seimas has failed to provide 40 million liters, and now municipalities don't have enough money to pay salaries. We had very simple answers from the ministry. They said you should conduct job cuts, and this is it. But I don't think this is a solution. Another thing about the catering of children, school children. Yes, this is an opportunity to have different conditions for public and private catering. Shouldn't we think about the Norwegian example? They have catering, they just bring their sandwich, they eat their sandwiches at school, and then they go back home. So just as was mentioned by Professor Lazutka, we only redistribute 27% of our GDP. But we have to maintain such huge institutions that was created under 100% redistribution times, both in terms of schooling system and healthcare institutions. So shouldn't we all fight to increase the redistribution of the GDP, or then otherwise we'll stay in debts or think what to cut? So I realize that, of course, this is the example of kindergartens. We saw the Norwegian kindergartens, half of the kindergarten with just one worker, and the children cook themselves, and they eat themselves, and then they make dishes themselves, and then the parents come and they bring them home. So is it possible in Lithuania? No. We need 3 rooms, one for sleeping, another for playing, and the third for eating. And there are very high requirements. The children are served and they cooked for, and the children are spoiled by all this overwhelming care. So now we discuss the free of charge catering with the Ministry of Social Care and Labor. So there are certain regulations that each child should be provided with a soup and with a second course, but actual children don't eat up that much, and we have to throw it away. Even the fresh products have to be thrown away, and in the kindergarten we are entitled to providing fresh food, so we have to throw away if they don't eat it. So I think these demands are a bit too heavy. So many food was just spoiled because of these requirements. So I think we should put all these demands on the table, discuss and find a proper solution. For example, in schools we don't have proper accounting at catering in schools, and I think this could be a solution. So you cannot put all the demands on the government or self-government, because it's always a heavy decision for the government. And we can see the interests of communities, and many professions want to improve their conditions, but it can worsen the conditions for others. Thank you, dear neighboring municipality, for your questions, and we are happy to see that you are very effective in actually addressing these issues. As I have mentioned in my presentation, the role of the government or self-government can differ in different situations. They are under pressure and they need the support of the community. If the municipality is positive about these things, however, sometimes the authorities are negative and they only care about the business interests, then we have to press them rather than support them. So it's good when in your municipality you are on the side of your community and you manage to have this dialogue and you don't have that serious conflicts. One more thing I would like to say is that in this conflict it wasn't like we only cared about our narrow demands, and we often were blamed for trying to think about the overall system rather than educational system. We wanted to address it as the problem of the whole community, and this is why we were supported by the community actually, because that was the point. If you privatize it, then you have prices up, more funds from the budget needed to finance the social care, meaning that the budget is even smaller for the culture and social services and other needs. This is why we presented it as a common interest rather than our interest. And of course, if we achieve some ceiling and we cannot decide it on our own, then only together we can solve something and we can achieve some higher level of redistribution to address these needs. So I think such conflicts actually provoke discussions, and it helps us to raise these issues so that we need more funds to address such issues. And if we don't raise and we don't go on conflict, it means that we agree that we should cut everything. Every time you cut something, if you cut the transportation system, they promised to transfer the money to the educational process. But when the transportation was cut, and with private association coming, we saw that they actually demand more money rather than less, because private companies wanted more money for their services. So after a year again we were short on money, so we had to cut educational sphere, not only transportation sphere. So we even had to cut the municipal responsibilities and things not financed by vouchers. The non-formal education in kindergarten, for example, and as we all understand, this situation is very difficult for them. To address it, we will have to put all the efforts and to support each other. I don't think that it's possible to address these issues just for individual trade unions or individual municipalities. Only together and only in a well-organized, coordinated effort we can do something. We have delegated it to the National Association to address this issue strategically and on the national level. So this is why I would like to appreciate your remarks, and it's not really, it's not about only caring about our interests, but about the whole community interests. Thank you, Andrius, and honestly it was the perfect answer. Thank you.
I would just like to say that I think this is exactly what we would like to see more of. I mean, this is the kind of social dialogue that we would like to encourage. And when you share your experience as a mayor in your county, and Andris here is talking about his role as a union leader, you come from different positions with different experiences. But if you talk together, you may learn what the other arguments are from the other partner. And that is where we really see in Norway that we have gained a lot, because we in some ways speak the same language after a while. We have these tripartite committees where the union leaders, the head of administration, and the politicians can actually sit and discuss. We have a financial problem in our community. We cannot finance all the things we would like to do. Can we come up with a way? We have to cut back. That's also reality in Norway. We have to cut back our expenses, and then we can sit down and listen to each other and come up with a solution that everyone feels happy with. And some of the mayors in Norway have said to me that, you know, it's amazing how we can do this without conflicts, because we realize that we can come to an agreement that makes sense for all of us. That's a good solution. That's a good solution for our municipality. And that's what we would like to get at. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Prašau jūsų rankos, kai norit pasakyti, aš vardą nežinau.
So if you want to say, please raise your hand. Vytautas Bulotas, I'm your colleague from Raseiniai Educational Workers Trade Union. So I'd like to just follow up or to bring together some ideas expressed here. As Andrius has mentioned, maybe in Ignalina, they are more responsive to the community's needs, and maybe in Zarasai, in your place, they are more responsive to business needs. However, in some municipalities, the businessmen actually sit at the municipal council, so there is no real triangle. Mr. Zashchurinskas, the member of parliament who was sitting here and giving questions, he said that maybe we could call it corruption. So that's a question, or it's an ironical question. What kind of social dialogue can we have with such a country where we have actually politicians and businessmen represented by the same person? So that's just a remark. I don't know if you have something to add. I would like to comment on it as well. There are some problems with the electoral system in Lithuania. We've been discussing it before each municipal elections, that some people are prohibited from being local councillors. For example, the head of the school cannot be a councillor. A teacher can be, but the businessman can be a councillor. So actually we have some experience in Lithuania in this sphere. For the council to really reach out to people and to represent the interests of people properly and to be guided by the community's interests. So when we elect the council, we should elect the people whom we trust the most to represent our interests. So if we succeeded, it would be good both for the trade unions and the business and for the whole community. However, when we conduct some mistake and we elect a council who is biased and doesn't serve the interests of the community, then we are suffering. So simultaneously we should discuss it as a problem of the current electoral system, so that maybe by the next elections we should change something and to democratize our electoral system. More hands, or should we proceed to Vaidotas Levickis, who would represent the employers? No more hands? Before that, I would like to express an important idea. It's not about demonizing the business here. What we discuss here, we just want to demonstrate what the public interest is, what the private interest is, what the business is, what the big business and small business is. So I hope we'll have people from Businessmen's Association, one of their leaders, sharing his views on the situation we're discussing today.
Labadiena. Na, visų pirma, labai džiaugiuosi, kad jūs sulaukėt.
Good afternoon. I'm happy that we still have people in this room who are willing to listen to me. So the situation and the information was abundant and quite complicated. So today I'm here to speak about the social dialogue. Many things have been already expressed, so I don't want to repeat what has been said. So I would leave a major part of my time to your questions. But still, I would like to react to some things I've heard today. I was a little bit embarrassed by the saying of our colleague from Zarasei, saying that there is the public interest and the business interest. Business is also a part of the public, so the business interest is the part of the public interest. However, when you say the private interest as opposed to the public interest, then yes, the scheme is correct. So when we speak about the public interest, I don't think it's a problem for business representatives sitting at the local councils, because yes, they represent the business interests, but they shouldn't protect only their individual interests or their private interests. It applies both to public and sector and private sector. The fact that we have quite a complicated situation in Lithuania, we know this, and we've been presenting ourselves for years as a investment-friendly country, and what we wanted to be the most attractive about it, we have very cheap labor, and we were really happy to say that we are attractive for foreign investments because our labor force is very cheap. But I think this was a major mistake, and it had many negative implications for us, and it still has negative implications, because foreign investors coming here, investing here, creating jobs, they do it only because they know that the salary gap, well, in China the salaries are growing, and in Lithuania they're not growing as fast, so we're still a promising country for them. After the collapse of major industries in Lithuania, we found ourselves in a situation that we entered the EU, and we now have to adopt the EU legislation, meaning that the small to medium businesses up to 250 employees. And when we hear people saying that we should support small to medium business, actually in Lithuania all businesses are small to medium. Major businesses don't need support, this is true, but almost all businesses are small in Lithuania. However, paradoxical is that the small businesses in Lithuania, though we have lots of small businesses and the share of small businesses is very high, however, it has usually only theoretical opportunities to have their voice heard, despite we have the Council of Small Businesses, and we have many small businesses represented by the Association of Business Employers. However, the Council has no capacity, no human resources, and no expertise to evaluate legislation. So usually they stick to slogans. We need a better life, but they don't say what they think about a better life. And the major businesses are much better organized. They can afford services of experts and lawyers. So this is why they can come up with draft legislation and draft laws. So the conditions are not equal for small businesses and big businesses. Another problem is that we have quite an outdated system of social dialogue. So the path we have opted for is that the legislation is conducted through consultations at tripartite council. This is quite an old model. In a majority of EU member states, the system is completely different. They have the so-called economic and social partners councils with not only trade unions and employers organizations, but also other NGOs like environmental NGOs and others, who make sure that all stakeholders are listened to. However, the government usually does not participate in those councils. So all these NGOs, they make decisions and they represent all the stakeholders. So they make the decisions and then they submit the decision to the government, and then the government decides whether they take into consideration or not. At least this is very transparent. I'd like to give a good example of a social dialogue from Belgium. They were free of government for more than 2 years. However, the social partners were working and they signed 11 collective agreements at this period without government, meaning that the problem is not systematic, not so much systematic with us lacking some working groups or some councils, but the problem is about a lack of our own citizenship and lack of our readiness to participate in civic activities, unpaid civic activities. Should we compare the level of civic activism in Lithuania and in Norway, we know the situation is very sad. Lithuania is placed one of the lowest in Europe by civic activism. So how can we change our own attitude to citizenship? We know it took 40 years for Moses to change the mentality of Jews. So we can see good results for Jews now. For us it's very difficult because we have heritage from our previous situation, and we are not very open to new things. In business, we often say that we need a win-win situation. Both the customer and the provider should win. However, a short time ago I listened to a very interesting lecture from a Japanese professor who said that in Japan, business says that there should be win-win-win. So it should be a win for business, win for customer, and win for the society. And then we don't have such conflicts. They don't have the situation with business being aggressive because for the sake of profit. But also, dear colleagues, you should realize that the business needs to make profits. This is the idea of business, to create some added value. But the question is how we distribute the added value. Coming back to the lecture of this professor from Japan, I can recall him saying that in Japan the service sector had been working for 11 years with just 3 or 5% return. And it's very okay, because despite all the economic downturns, crises, they had exactly the same level of return, the same level of profit, because they just adapted to the existing purchasing power situation. So this level of profit is quite low. In Lithuania, the service sector has 7 or 20% of profit, in theory. And in practice, many services are monopolized and they get much higher returns. Still, as an organization of employers, we treat ourselves as an innovative organization. We can see the situation undergoing change, and we can see young people coming into the system with different perception of business models, and they try to adapt it to the European model of social responsibility, and they realize that the community also matters. But then they face the problem: is community ready to cooperate? We spent years in discussions that the image of a businessman is negative in Lithuania. I wonder why, because the businessmen are those who create jobs, are those responsible for creating the added value and paying taxes. But people don't like businessmen in Lithuania, and so certainly there are many examples of businessmen who exploit their workers or who don't work cleanly, but my experience is that if we are negative about everything, we'll turn into the Lithuanian journalists, so to say, because they never cover positive stories. We'll only view the whole world through negative lenses. So I think we should be a little bit more positive, and to find positive examples, and to see things, good things done by the business, and to think what each of us as a member of the community, how we all can contribute to these successes. So this is it from me, and now I'm open for your questions.
Taip, kur rankų miškas?
So where are all those hands and all those people who want to ask questions? Well, let me ask a question then. I would like to make sure I understood correctly. Do you believe that in Lithuania that old-fashioned tripartite dialogue is problematic because our government is not participating in it? Well, I believe the problem is actually even deeper. It's not just the government not participating. Look at the representation. How many Lithuanians are part of some non-governmental organizations? We have talked about that in the morning, representation through other means, but nobody has mentioned that the government participates in the tripartite council, but participates later. Well, formally, the government has the same standing as the trade union. However, the question is a bit more complex. This model stops innovative decisions being made. When you sit down, 3 of you, and 2 of you cannot decide anything, and 1 of you can decide something. So it's just empty talks. The person who decides is just looking for ways, as we see with the situation of minimum wage. We end up in such a paradox situation when everybody is for it, but nothing is moving forward. Well, here I don't think that we should blame just the state, just the government. We as organizations are quite different. We're at the different stages of our development. And to compare ourselves to other organizations in Europe, we are very young. We have just maybe 10, 15 years of experience. So a lot of things have to change culturally, and we should be doing our functions properly. You probably are well acquainted with the trade unions. Now the question is it normal that the leader of the trade union is participating in the parliament elections? Well, I believe it's not normal that that person receives only 2,000 votes. Well, this is something that we have to assess, we have to evaluate, and we should understand that we have a public interest and a private interest. If you have a position of looking just at the public interest, well, I can decide to look only at the private interest. Well, I believe this is everybody's at fault here. Mr. Bronis and Mr. Liekis. I would like to say my thoughts, and you have mentioned that business cannot be not profitable, and it is quite normal if the business is receiving huge profits on the one hand, maybe it can subsidize something else. So, for example, if you are a transport organization, you receive a lot of money from transporting cargo, you can subsidize transporting people. It is, of course, we have to be very careful with the monopolies and with the public services. It shouldn't happen so that business works not only for profit, not for service itself. Now, secondly, can we in Lithuania live without business? Well, of course not. We could change everything, but whether we need that. We can't renovate apartment blocks without business. We cannot build roads without businesses. We cannot build something without business. And that is all fine. It's all good. But the responsibility should be shared. For example, the government has a governmental institution, and that institution pays 50% of taxes, whereas a private institution in the same area would pay only 15% for taxes. So it seems that the state is just trying to make sure that their companies fail so that the businesses would work. I'm talking, for example, here about forestry companies. For example, we have a company, we have 50 people working in a company. They receive 1,500 liters as income for businesses. We have 30 people. They received 1,200 liters, and the private businesses will have higher prices than the public business. How to understand all that? Well, your question was quite a long one, so I cannot give you a brief answer. Now, what business can do and can't do? Well, of course, it is quite clear that if a business is socially responsible, could subsidize something from their huge profits. But where is the motivation apart from receiving some inner satisfaction? We had such a project with the United Nations, with one of their programs and one of the trade unions. And in this project, we wanted to encourage social responsibility in Lithuania. We started social responsibility standards in companies introduced, and the situation is very simple. It was the foreign capital companies that introduced that. The Lithuanian companies kept asking, why? Well, I'm doing everything quite right. Why should I structurize what I'm doing? Why should I have this put in structure what I'm investing into society, into community? What's out of it for me? Well, an example of Prienai, one of our towns in the center of Lithuania. You as the mayor will probably understand me. We have a company there which has a factory, and the factory is not lit well. Well, we say maybe we should light it. Well, okay, the company puts up lights, make sure everything is fine. The municipality had to pay just for electricity, 300 liters per month. And the municipality said, no, you need it, you pay for it. Well, my question is from this side. We should be on the equal footing. If the business sees that the municipality is in contact, wants to have a dialogue, and it doesn't pose any problems, of course more can be made, but that is more an exception rather than the rule. Now I'd like to give an example of Canada. A lot of services there are privatized. There are private jails, private prisons, and so businesses are providing these public services. But that is the decision of the state, of the government. It doesn't matter whether you are a representative of a state, of the municipality, of business. You have responsibility, and you will be able to work. Well, that is something I would like to wish, maybe not for us, but for our grandchildren. Mr. Liekis. A question from you. I would like to comment. Maybe it's a little bit belated, as you have quite answered what I wanted to say, and you are now talking about something very specific. Well, let me just say my remark, what I wanted to say. On a more global topic, I would like to be a bit more radical than what you said. In Lithuania, we do not have real experience of social dialogue. We don't have this experience in negotiating. Unfortunately, our history is such that we have our Soviet period, we have a time when Lithuania was free, not to talk about the 19th century, but there was no experience gathered. Our history is of masters and of servants. That's what Lithuanian history is about. And only the last 20 years we have had the situation that, for example, the unemployment rate is huge, and this of course is quite worrisome, but we don't have a social dialogue. It's not only about tripartite council or signing a collective agreement. It's not only about that. It's about discussing everything, debating more important questions among a lot of representatives, not only from the government, but in the way that our colleagues from Norway were telling us. Well, that is a great format, something that we should look up to. At the moment, today in Lithuania, we're at such a situation that the working Lithuania has already reached the level where we have huge expectations of our self-expression. However, to meet those expectations, we cannot. We can't make sure that our partners sit down with us and discuss it. And the situation is the same not only in Lithuania. As you might know, we have a new book about Lithuanians in the 19th century who were working in a butchery somewhere in the Americas. And the situation was the same then as well. And that book was written 100 years ago. Nothing has changed. What we need is a changed culture of participation, culture of negotiation and participating in the dialogue. Before we resolve all that, we cannot change anything. People simply see that their expectations are not met and they just migrate. And sometimes they migrate to some worse situation, but they believe that that would be a good solution. And here I see the need for education of trade unions as well, and that is quite a painful process. You have mentioned that as well. We are lagging behind. More than our wages are lagging behind and our salaries are from the Western world. It's about my fence. My fence is okay, everything that's behind it is not important. And so that is something that is needed for all of us, for all of our educators. Only then will we be able to talk about social dialogue. Excuse me for my broad comments. Well, Vaidas, I hope you don't mind to keep saying that. I see somebody who wants to give a floor. I'm from Utenos Trikotažas. I'm the trade union. As you probably know, we are a private company and we are part of the big concern in Lithuania, SBA. And I would like to ask you, as a representative of a business, the previous government, didn't they slow down our social dialogue? Why am I asking? The way I see it, before the last government, we have had a lot of social dialogue, it seems, and we were discussing more than during the last 4 years. Inside our company, we might not have had a trade union, but we are the company that has a social responsibility standard. And why do we have it? Because our partners in Scandinavia ask for it. It's not because the director or the owners would want that. Well, it's very difficult to look retrospectively at that. On what level are we talking about the social dialogue? Our last government had to deal with the crisis, had to deal with a huge economic crisis, and of course that did impact social dialogue and its fluency. But then we can look at the level inside the company. We cannot talk about some changes on the government. On the regional level, national level, of course, the process was slowed down. The tripartite council was quite often against the decisions of the government. So what the government wanted to do was not to have those tripartite councils and to diminish their importance. I'm not sure if I have answered your question. Let me just remark that this is a representative of employers who is talking that. I want to capture the moment. I have a question. Do you agree that the tripartite council, according to its status, it represents employers, trade unions, and the state? But there is also the public sector where there are a lot of people who participate, all those stakeholders. So they end up outside the tripartite council, yes? Yes. So the question, we have the Economic and Social Council in the European Union. And what do you think? Could we have such a structure in Lithuania? And they can participate instead of the government. They would receive a mandate from the state companies. We are the only employer representation trade union who are for it. Well, thank you. The speaker is not talking to the microphone. I can say that the draft of the law is already prepared, and the previous government said that they have this law and they will propose it to the Seimas. The situation has, of course, changed a bit, and we are making sure that this law will be maybe passed. And we are one of the originators of this law. And now we will be going to the new government and ask where is that draft of the Thank you. I have one more question to Mr. Vaidotas. I would like to come back to what you have said about the SMEs. And what is the definition then in Lithuania? 99.3% of all companies are SMEs, according to the European Union. But inside Lithuania, we hear a lot, for example, from the Lithuanian Institute of Free Market. What is their opinion? Who are they representing? Well, themselves. Please capture this moment again. Well, we have to agree that the most vulnerable companies are those that are very small, micro companies, up to 9 employees. They are the ones who need support. That is the business that should have a better business environment, especially I'm talking about the startups, about the first businesses that our young people are starting. So they really need support. If those companies fail during the first year, they fail. The companies usually work for maybe 2 years. If after 2 years they cannot generate profit, they cannot survive. So here we have to be the most flexible. In the region, those companies are very important for the local community. If it is a company which is baking bread, they are baking bread for the local people, for the local market. Throughout Europe, those are usually family businesses which are fostered. However, in Lithuania, we do not have such a fostering system. Then we have a company of 5 people, 9 people, together with a company of 250 employees. So their understanding of what is needed is also totally different. We cannot say that they are equal. However, in the European Union, we say that they are equal. We cannot, we do not have a choice here. And according to the program, for the previous period or for the new period, we do not have support for those micro companies. But now we are starting that. We will maybe have this support for micro companies in the future. What are we supporting? We are supporting factories that we built and we've sold. We are also building sports facilities which we don't know what to do with at the moment. So we have great people who can work in construction. If they cannot find work in Lithuania, they leave and start working abroad. But whether we receive anything from all this, well, that's an open question. But I would like to mention one more thing. Those micro companies also have a very small input to the state budget. They work inside the local market. They do not usually export. So it is working only locally, and they do not increase the added value or the purchasing power. One of our problems in Lithuania is that we do not have enough of companies to export goods. We need to bring money into Lithuania. And of course, as I know, there are a lot of retailers, trade union representatives here. I can say that the big retail chains are one of the biggest enemies of those micro companies, because with those huge retailers, when they pay only after 120 days, that is something which is killing those micro businesses. It's very simple. If you build a Maxima close to a church in a small town, a bunch of shops will be closed 3 kilometers around that shop. Of course, Maxima might be a bit more beautiful or nicer than a small shop, but in the long term, we will have to face the consequences. In Belgium, we have, for example, regions, and in some regions, in those regions, municipalities can decide whether they wanted to allow this retail chain to enter or not. So that is also one of the reasons why in Belgium only the big retailers can work only till 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. the small businesses are flourishing. So that is something that we have to understand. What our colleagues from Norway kept saying, maybe sometimes it is better to buy something more expensive, but to buy a Norwegian product. Well, maybe we should pay more to have a Lithuanian business. Mr. Pranas? I would like to react a bit to what was said in terms of funding and support. Well, the companies are established where they can receive the most support. In Lithuania, of course, we have Vilnius and around Vilnius where you can receive some support. They are established here, but of course they don't necessarily live long and prosper. But there are companies that help them how to establish themselves and also how to receive some funding. But there is other way of supporting, and that is the LEADER program. That is supporting companies that are established not in cities outside, is supporting companies outside, in region. Up to 50,000–70,000 can be received by writing projects. However, 1/3 of the money is still available, and businesses do not want to receive this money. When we find a company which wants to get this money, we get very excited. So I can simply welcome everybody to use this fund. But again, the state has to have a funding system. For example, in Austria, you go to a problematic region and you will receive some support. You can, of course, earn money, have profit, but you work in that problematic region. And that is something that we need to have in Lithuania as well. Municipalities do not receive a lot of taxes. We cannot support businesses on the municipality level. What we receive, those taxes from the land, that's just peanuts for us, for what we need. So the state and the trade unions, of course, can be pushed to maybe change something here, and then as municipalities, of course, we will be glad to be a part of it. And if you could establish in the region.
I can comment on it because I know the leader measure and measures coordinated by the Agriculture Ministry. The problem is that at some point the social dialogue failed between our organization and the Ministry for Agriculture. So our prediction was that this scheme would not work, and you prove it. And the problem is the labor force. Out of 6,000 inhabitants, as you know, up to 6,000 inhabitants, whom should we hire at such place? And what people can produce there? So we had quite comic situations with a village or a small town with 3,500 people. According to the lists, people entitled to social benefits. However, when you arrive there, all doors are closed. There are no real people there. So the business is the first indicator. If there is no business there, there is no one to use the service. So if you open up some production to export something, you need skilled workers. And the companies were obliged to hire people from the village. But how can you find skilled workers in villages? That's the problem. So for this support scheme, they should have been more flexible, and maybe they should have listened to the social partners.
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on the last thing you said, because that's I find your last remarks really interesting, because everything is interlinked. A transport company needs roads, and if you need skilled workforce, you need education, and if you need sick people, need hospitals, you need kindergartens, you need schools, you need all this public infrastructure. So for your companies to generate profit, you need a well-functioning public sector to deliver all these kind of infrastructure, both regarding transport, skilled education, hospitals, everything. So we have to kind of acknowledge that this kind of societies are developed through cooperation, not through competition. And I think it was really interesting what you said, that if small Lithuanian business is supposed to survive, you can't compete with the big ones, because they will win. They will always find cheaper labor than you. They will always be able to push the wages further down than you guys are able to do. So you need a totally different strategy. So perhaps instead of fighting the local municipality for for access to low salaries. You need a totally different approach where you need to cooperate to generate local values and to generate a local infrastructure. I was just going to say a short notice on which I think perhaps connect what Andrius was talking about and what Professor Lasutka and everyone was talking about, and that was, I've been traveling and visiting Lithuania for perhaps 10 years now, and what I see when I come here is not a poor country. Lithuania is definitely not a poor country, but the wealth and the resources are very unequal distributed. I see more Gucci bags and SUVs and coffee bars here in Lithuania than I see in Oslo. And this is not because you lack resources, but you lack politicians to conduct policies to distribute these resources in a more equal way. So my point is that Lithuania has both the land and the people to create a lot of welfare, but you definitely need to distribute the welfare in another way than you're doing now if you want to create values. When you each year send out 30,000 of your own people, you export cheap labor. No great nation has this strategy of its own development to export people. That's not a very good strategy for developing the country. So perhaps instead of giving cheap labor away, you should try to create and keep the values here, because this is real values you are selling for very cheap money and providing cheap labor for the labor market in Western Europe. So, and you have both the land and the people to really generate the values here, but you lack the politicians and the politics to distribute the wealth.
Norėtum atsakyti, aš dar
norėčiau sureaguoti.
I would like to react to it. I would like to start from your last point, with the immigration point. In my opinion, this is a controversial thing. We often can hear that somehow we should make people stay here. So we should make them stay here in poverty. We shouldn't let them go. Honestly, I don't think it's very bad if someone leaves. Let people see the world, because this is what we really lack in Lithuania, some multicultural attitude and an ability to communicate with other cultures. We are very conservative and very narrow-minded, and this is what also contributes to a lack of innovative thinking in Lithuania. So, seeing the strategy of China and many countries of Asia, or even the strategy of Kazakhstan, another post-Soviet country, they encourage all young people to leave, and then they need to find a way for them to come back. So they see the world, they meet different cultures, and then they come back, they can make different decisions. So they get out of this closed place and they get out to the open sea, so that then they come back to their home lake. So of course it's more about making them come back. And I think your recommendations are brilliant, but the question is, how should we execute them? Politicians are elected. So I would still focus on the civil society and making the politicians to meet the needs of the society. The politicians should be also raised by the civil society, and they should understand they represent the interests of people. So when each of us understand that we are taxpayers and we pay so that we all can use the welfare rather than we pay the authorities and then the authorities distributing our money incorrectly, only when we realize that we achieve something. And speaking about the public infrastructure and the business, certainly, like every person needs an infrastructure, business also is in need of infrastructure. So we all need different infrastructure. I think that in terms of infrastructure, we have solved many problems in Lithuania. Our roads are quite good, even in remote regions, and we are in the lead in Europe in terms of internet coverage. But the question for the businesses, well, I pay taxes. I pay 100,000 liters of the profit tax per year. What has the government done to improve situation for me? And how can they raise the salaries for people? So when businesses see that their taxes don't make any difference, then they don't see a point in paying the taxes. They prefer some shadow economies. So this is a good example. I have been to Belarus short time ago, and what I really like that you can bring one bottle of alcohol or 2 packs of cigarettes, but you can see half of Vilnius smoking Belarusian cigarettes, meaning that people are very mobile in Lithuania. Just a question. I don't want us to go to all those declarations and to give and to add up to Sven's question as a reaction to Harris' words about the Europeization and the globalization of all the regulations, globalization of business conditions. So, dear Vaidotas, do you see an opportunity to create some local solutions for local businesses? For example, some tenders, public tenders. Do we have some chance to create some rules of tenders for a local business to win a tender? Because the whole context is that it's very good to have public tenders with international and foreign companies coming. So very soon we'll get food from Walmart everywhere in small catering services. Well, I wouldn't say that everything is so bad. I would like to find some positive things. So the question is there a chance to defy certain global trends? Okay, I don't think that we are in a position to stop the globalization. Not we initiated it and not we can stop it. So 10 years ago we had a very different regulations of tenders. Now we have now the processes are way more transparent. So my wife, who is a director of a small business, she can participate in tenders in municipalities, and now she can win. But this is a corruption. So no, you mean that you don't have corruption? No, sorry, I don't mean that your wife. I understand that your wife is because she wins because she doesn't pay bribes and everything is very transparent. But the question is, why your wife can win it, but not a local firm from some small place? Well, I think it will not be possible for us to isolate our regions. This is how we had in Middle Ages, but these times are over, and we are a very open economy, and we are the EU member state. And we have lots of obligations in the EU, and we have open borders, so I don't think it's possible to stop. And I don't see a point, but what we can do is we can offer products and services that meet the needs of our consumers, but our consumers cannot afford them yet. But in general, our business is quite flexible. And I don't think we should be afraid of competition from abroad. I think competition is good for finding proper solutions. As we've touched upon a very interesting situation about the public tenders and public procurements, so I would like to mention an important thing. If we only focus on the price, it's a disservice for a consumer. If we only select the lowest price, then the businessmen try to do everything to propose the lowest price, and then we failed to get money from the European Union to our budget. While in Norway, they transferred more than half of the European money thanks to their high salaries. So don't you think that for trade unions and for the municipalities and the businesses, we should all be interested in changing the conditions of the public procurement, that the salaries should be fixed with equal conditions? But then we would get the taxes from the EU to the local budget, and we will have some extra money. Personally, I'm against the principle of the lowest price at public procurement. I think nowadays, when we can purchase the same service or goods of different quality, so when you don't have requirements on quality and you only have the requirement of price, we have very bad examples because of that. The renovation of a house, the lowest price cannot be the only condition for the house renovation, because people will have to live in this building afterwards, renovated at the cheapest way. However, legally, it is correct to purchase the lowest price service. Of course, it's difficult to adapt to this quickly changing legislation for municipalities, because they almost don't participate, don't contribute to the decision making. And as we had to integrate the European legislation to Lithuania, and you can imagine the pressure of lawyers on some municipality in Zarasai, they have to prepare the public tender of 150 million. So they have to prepare the criteria. Of course, is the cheapest way for them to have the condition of the lowest price, and this is it. But the problem is deeper, and I think it's possible to solve it if we cooperate with NGOs and the non-governmental sector. I am the head of the Lithuanian Green Energy Center, so now we are preparing the template of agreements on how we should order the renovation plans and architects and designers services on different conditions rather than price conditions. But we are an NGO, so we cannot afford, so we don't have the power to press the municipalities to listen to us. So we just have to submit our proposals, and that's the problem. So we just talk to each other, but I don't think we can call it a dialogue. These are just two monologues. I hope here we had something similar to dialogue, at least I hope so. More questions? Remarks, comments? Trade Union Solidarity from Ukmergė, Jolanta. So just a remark. So the profit taxes that you pay to the budget, where do they disappear? And because you say that it's okay to educate people here and people just emigrate, and then we just waste the money, because we invest a lot to education of our professionals and to the health care. So we spend a lot of money on this professional, and then when they get mature, they just leave. I think it's, for you as a businessman, do you think it's reasonable to produce furniture and to produce bread, but then just give it free of charge to others? Well, I have access to statistics, so maybe I have an advantage. Actually, money sent by immigrants from abroad comprise half of our budget. They send money back here to their families, so for sure they bring more money back here. So actually we are in quite a good position. So this is our return on the investment. Of course, I agree it's bad when parents emigrate and children stay here. Of course, it's a bad situation. But I think it's good for young people who graduate and they have a choice to work here in Lithuania in some old-fashioned company, and also they have a chance to leave and to make a career abroad, and they bring good ideas back here to Lithuania, maybe, if they come back, of course. On behalf of us all, I think we can say, I don't think that someone here and Sven, I don't think we are questioning the idea that we have to learn, we have to get rid of the conservatism, and we need more innovative, friendly approach, and we should really learn. And this is good to have this chance to see the world and to travel around. I think we all agree. But we shouldn't, it's not like we cry because of the immigration and we just remourn it, but we say that in the legislation on tenders, the only criterion they have is the price, and that's the problem for small businesses. Well, I agree. We have all the chances to submit our proposals, but as for today, as an NGO, we can't submit all the proposals to all the municipalities on what they should buy, because they keep amending the public procurement law every year, and we just... Coming back to the immigration issue, we have a paradox here, and I think this is a problem of mentality. There were some calculations with that if someone works as a constructor in Akmenė district, they earn some sum of money and they live in an individual house, but they're not happy about their salary and about the conditions, and they leave to the UK, and their labor productivity is 6 times higher there because they work more, and they earn 4 times more than in Lithuania. So they work 6 times more effectively, but earn 4 times more. And they live at some poor place, and they were so happy that they earn more. So so it's about the choice, what they choose, the living conditions or the salary. Okay, one more point from Bronis. It says we discussed the problem of education. It was the situation in Norway, so they supported people studying in Norway. So people get 200,000 Norwegian kroner and they graduate. And if you stay in Norway, you have to repay it, and if you go home, you don't have to repay it. So maybe it would be an option for us in Lithuania. So if you want to go to Norway, you are free to leave, but you should repay the education costs. Well, we are having these loans for students. They are free to borrow money, and then they have to repay the loan, but I think the problem is different. Having graduated engineering, I've never worked as an engineer because I didn't have a vacancy. So the things I've been taught, they are not applicable at all. So that's the problem. As we don't have companies who work in certain spheres, we just fail to educate professionals properly. And we also had a comment from a member of parliament. If we are going to have some demand on the labor force, this is an eternal problem. I've been hearing to this question for 11 years that I've been working at our association. And we had many letters from the ministries and governments with the request how many jobs, how many vacancies we will have next year. But only a person who could predict it is worth a Nobel Award. But what we lack is the stability of decisions. The decision of Ignalina nuclear power plant. We already have orders to the universities that we have to educate nuclear professionals, but we still don't know if we are going to construct the new nuclear power plant. So we already are educating people to work there. And they will spend 4 or 6 years of education, but we still don't know if we are going to need them. Well, there are so many nuclear power plants around the world, so they will find a job in. And now I'll give the floor to Annie to summarize today's discussions.
Well, I think that sounds a little ambitious. I'm not going to summarize today's everything what has been said here today, but I just have to say that I think it has been a wonderful day to sit here and participate and listen to some of the discussions here, because what we have been doing is really to start this social dialogue that we have said that we wanted. And it's a good start to hear that the Union of Educators is talking to the mayor saying why, or the mayor is challenging him saying that why are you doing this all for yourself, or is it for the common good? And here is a ground for discussions. And the representative of the business association here too has a lot to offer when it comes to finding out how can we actually create the jobs that we need to get these young people back to Lithuania. Because I certainly agree that traveling around in the world and learn and see how other people are doing stuff, it also actually makes yourself more appreciative of what you have at home. And hopefully, of course, you would like these people with new ideas and bright ideas to come back to Lithuania and develop your society, your country, because nobody else can do that. That's for you to do. And I think for us to continue this process of social dialogue between us and you here, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it was Andreas who also said that there is something about the partnerships that is not on an equal basis. And I would like for us to keep that in mind for tomorrow and later. Because one of the things that we realize is that you do have to go into this partnership to understand that we have to be on equal footing. Not because there is not a difference between us in our other traditional roles, because there is. But to get the best out of the partnership, we do need to appreciate the fact that we all bring different experiences to the table, but all of them are equally important. And that's why we need to bring the different layers or representatives in. And we have to realize that we are actually dependent on each other to find the best solutions. And that is a very important exercise to go through in our own minds, because that's where we are actually tapping into the energy that is there for from each and every one of us. And if I'm going to wrap up this day today, I would say we started out saying that, yes, we do have social dialogue. We even talk about tripartite dialogue within the constitution in Lithuania. But we have to fill it with something that makes sense. And to get a good quality dialogue, we do need to open up and share our own experiences, because that's where we are. The way we are heading forward is to tap into this energy. And I have been working with lots of different countries, a lot of developing countries. I worked in the World Bank in Washington, and we were working with exactly the same thing. There is something about social dialogue, the way people come together and solve problems that cannot be beaten. That's the most important source of energy we have in our societies. We have to tap into that and make sure that we can utilize the potential of each and every one in a much better way. Thank you.